All right, we're going to get this started. Hello, Twitch audience. Hello, Casual Esports Amateur League players and viewers. Before we get started with the finals tonight for Demacia between Men's Women's Torment and Amber O2, the number 1 and number 3 seeds, I am going to read off uh, every single All-Star Award winner in the divisions. So we're going to start with the
Who are
Demacia
you?
division first.
Who's talking?
Oh, sorry. This is Scattercat, and I am on the tribunal. Thank you. I'm joined. I'm joined by the AMO, who is another tribunal member, and he will be casting the match tonight.
Hello.
And I'm also joined by Bonini, who will also be casting the match tonight.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, I forgot to introduce myself in all my excitement to get this going. So as you can see, we're bringing up the charts right now for all of the vote getters. I'll just start with Demacia for the support position. Baloo 360 won the All-Star votes for support, also known as Executioner 360. He changed his name in the middle of the season, so that's why there are the parentheses there. For Demacia 80 carry, we have Grubby Nation with a total of 8 votes for that. He was both of these players in the bot lane were on the Sentinels. So we have the Sentinels bot lane duo winning the All-Star votes for that. And then for the mid lane position with, I don't know how I won this because I didn't even vote for myself. But I was the winner of the mid lane votes with 7 votes, while Kazooie was just behind me with 6 votes, and I was one of the people that voted for Kazooie. So yeah, so I honestly don't know how I won that, but I appreciate all the votes anyway. For the jungle position, oh great, now we have a meme going on in chat where everybody says it's rigged. All right, great, cool. For the jungle position, we got a tie vote with 5 votes apiece for Nickats 3 and Asira. They tied for the votes, so we are just going to award both of them the All-Star vote rather than having another vote go out for this. They're just both going to get the award. And then for top lane, the winner for top lane was Ninja Chopper with 6 votes. So congratulations to every single winner of these All-Star votes. I guess this is a good time to announce this as well. If you are one of the All-Star winners, that means that you are the 5 people, or 6 in Demacia's case because of the tie for jungle. You are the 6 people that are going to be on the ballot for MVP voting for that division. Only one MVP player will be crowned for each division. So decide which of the 6 players you would like to vote for. The voting ballots for the MVP will be sent out tomorrow. So look forward to that in the community announcements channel, where you will then see the link and you can vote for whichever MVP you would like to see get crowned. Yeah. So there we go. We have 6 All-Star winners in Demacia because of the tie. So let's move on to Noxus division for the next series of All-Star vote winners. First off, in support, we have Psychopez, which he received 9 votes, and to me, that's no surprise. There, Psychopez is he's long been known as a top-notch support, and he had some really amazing games this season. So that does not surprise me one bit that he won the award for that. Moving on to the 80 carry position, we have Perseverance getting the 80 carry vote with 8 votes. Moving on after that, I was kind of thinking it would be really funny if it was another bot lane duo that got it again, just like in Demacia, but it was not. Noxus mid lane vote winner is SUC Goiner with 6 votes, and Diving coming up 1 vote behind at 5 votes. So that was a little close. For Noxus Jungle, only 4 different people to vote for, and the winner was Soul Reaver with 8 votes. So congratulations to Soul Reaver. And then for the top lane position, another very, very close series of votes. But Hyeras and Emerald Kishi tied with 4 votes apiece. So they will both be put on the ballot for the ballot for MVP voting coming out tomorrow. So there you go. There is your All-Star Noxus team, 6 people. Moving on to Shurima, because I want to keep this as brief as possible so we can get the match going here. The Shurima support winner was Ansem571. Our good old web designer wins the All-Star voting for support with 14 of the votes. Next closest was ZZ Dog with 9, so Ansem was well in the lead for votes on that. The 80 carry winner is Frostbite with 15 total votes for him. So congratulations to Frostbite. Shurima mid lane vote winner was Mansferg with 11 votes. Next closest was 7 on Meg Average and Istariel, if I'm pronouncing that one right. After that, we have the jungle vote winner was Bonini, but it was very close. Bonini had 8 votes, and then Always Gonna Game and SSC Superhero both had 7 votes apiece. That was the closest race, I think, in this whole division for any of the positions. So congratulations. And then we have the top lane vote winner. Charmello wins top lane with 10 votes for him. Next closest was Cheeseblaze with 7. So congratulations to all the winners from Shurima. And now we go for Ionia. So Ionia, the vote winners were Kaylee Torres for support with 13 votes. Sea of Thieves was the next closest with 10. Azingi won the 80 carry position with 17 votes. Next closest was 8 on Numentum. Mid laner winner was Gelati, which personally, I'm not surprised by that. I've watched Gelati play for many years in different leagues, so I know how good Gelati is. I was expecting him to at least get second place, if not first. Hot Honey gets second place, though, with 7 votes. Ionia Jungle, Grayley wins the Ionia Jungle Award with 14 votes. Second place would be tied between Yi Carry is Here and Mayor of Huevos, which I've always enjoyed that summoner name. So good job with that one. And then the top lane award for Ionia was Tuba with 10 votes. So there you go, everybody. There is your Ionia All-Star team. So now that we are through with all of these announcements, all of these awards, I will have one more announcement to go along with this, which is that if you were looking forward to any all-star events for the players that won these awards, I have good news for you, because last season we didn't do any show matches or any events with any of the all-star winners, but we are doing that this year. This season. So chat channels are going to get formed for every division's all-star players. And we are going to have 2 different show matches to happen after all of the finals have been played. We're going to have the Demacian All-Star team play against the Noxus All-Star team. And then we are going to have the Ionian All-Star team play against the Shuriman All-Star team. So I hope everybody's excited for that, because I'm super pumped. It's going to be fun to watch all these players who typically don't play together. Well, for the most part. Some teammates were put into the same all-star team, but it'll be really fun to see, for me personally, just how all these players are going to gel and get along with each other and play these games against other all-star winners. So yeah, I hope everybody's looking forward to that. But that's all I have for the all-star announcements tonight. Again, look forward to the MVP ballots coming out tomorrow. And then one final thing before I go is we just added a new feature on the website. You can thank Ansem for that. If you are on the CasualEAL.com website, you click on the Summoners tab. You can scroll down, click on any summoner name, just like you could before. But now when you click on somebody's summoner name, it will actually bring up their list of achievements or accomplishments that they have accrued throughout their career, I guess, in our league. So for instance, you see Azingi's achievements. It already has him listed as all-star first team for his division for season 1 and the name of the team that he is playing for. So there you go. You now have a way to show off all of your achievements and accomplishments that you have accrued throughout your time playing with us on our website. So show that off to your friends and family. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, that's those are all of my announcements for tonight. I hope everybody is going to enjoy this awesome final series. I'm looking forward to watching it. I'm really excited to watch a series of 5. I hope we go to all 5 games, but we'll see how it goes. So I'm just gonna hand the stream back over to the AMO and Bonini here, and they're gonna kick things off with some analysis and predictions.
All right, thank you, Scattercat. You heard him, guys. We are here. This is the Demacian finals. We have two teams that are going to be fighting for that prestigious award of first place. Men's Women's Torment, the #1 seed, taking on Amber O2, the 3rd seed. We're going to see what happens tonight. Ammo, what are you thinking about this one?
I'm pretty excited to watch the difference between these two teams. Amber 2 runs kind of a pretty set style on how they play and what they get into. To the, let's just call it chaos, controlled chaos that men's women's tournament bring out.
Yes, Men's Women's Torment definitely known for swapping roles around. Before the game even starts, you're going to see the AD carry switching to the top lane, their jungler playing support, all sorts of stuff. They have been known as one of the only teams so far this season to kind of break the meta and go more towards some, double AP bot lanes, playing a lot of AD carries in the top and mid lane as well. They definitely switch things around quite a bit, and we're definitely going to be in for a treat here. It's really going to be a kind of ring around the rosy. Where are these players going?
Yeah, so it's they've been patient with us enough to get the draft going. So I'm just letting them know that they can start whenever. They've been waiting on us because of the announcements for the All Stars. So soon as they start, I'm gonna swap it on over. Is there anything in particular that you want to see coming out from either one of these teams?
Not particularly. It's definitely gonna be interesting to see where these members of MWT do go. So that's definitely something. One thing I do want to point out, though, I believe that we do have a swap on the side of Amber O2. I believe that their jungler is playing top and their top laner is playing jungle. So I think that that's something to look out for here. But
That is the rule that they will swap. They will swap between those two positions.
Yeah, so we'll definitely see that one being flexed around between the two. But yeah, and another thing I do want to point out, Men's Women's Torment, whether they get side selection or not, they usually end up on red side. They do select red side every time that they do have side selection, and the majority of teams will select blue side against them. So they are very comfortable on the red side. They've played, actually every single match of their semifinals against Incendium was played on the red side. So this is definitely something that they're comfortable with, and I would like to see if MWT doesn't actually choose red side. No, I'm sorry, Amber 2 doesn't choose red side themselves to see if they can kind of take that comfort away from them.
Yeah, well, those will have to wait for games 2 and 4 for that team to see if they will pick the red side themselves. Maybe they'll get lucky here and just control the entire match from the blue side. But to see where the comfort level, since the bans have already started coming off the way, we have the Fizz, Zareth, Heimerdinger, Shen, and Master. Are these showing up the same for you?
Yeah,
10th anniversary specialty skins even coming through in the pick band tool.
yeah, I'm actually very surprised to see that. But we do have the 10th anniversary fan art splash arts for those 40 original champions coming through here on the Pro Drafts tool. Definitely an exciting time as we have the 10th anniversary of League coinciding with the finals of our amateur league as well. Definitely a great time. But we do see Amber 2 do lock in that Darius, presumably for Orf in the top lane. Going to be countered by 2 picks of Akali and Pantheon. Pantheon, a pick that is definitely really strong right now.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting with the Akali and the Pantheon. You can flex those Akali can be flex mid top. Pantheon can go mid top jungle. Even if you want to risk it with the biscuit and take Baker Pantheon down to the bot lane, that's definitely a possibility as well. Darius just wants to be the lane bully up top, so we'll see how they AO2 wants to run out the rest of their team comp here with
Yeah, and
some CC.
Yeah, we do see the Nautilus, again, presumably for the support position being locked in here. With the side of MWT, you definitely could see any of these champions go in any lane. They are very flexible, and they really don't care about a meta at all, as we see an Ahri locked in here. In a normal team comp, you would probably see a Pantheon top, well, actually, no, probably an Akali top, Pantheon jungle, Ahri in the mid lane. But we have absolutely no idea where these champions are going. We'll just have to see as this draft kind of progresses.
And we actually, in one of the matches earlier, they have ran Ari as the AD carry mage in the bot lane. So
Ah,
that's a possibility as well. They have ran mages in the bot lane. Apparently, they're a lot more successful than the teams at Worlds, going like 1-13 or whatever their stat was from the group stages with mages in the
yes.
bot lane.
Yeah, so we do see some bans coming out here. The Katarina being taken away from Kazooie in the mid lane. And we do have the Rammus being taken away from whoever is going to be possibly jungling on the side of MWT. Seeing as these bans float out, it definitely looks like, I mean, looking at the bans here, so far 3 bans have came towards the mid lane from MWT over towards Amber. Kazooie didn't get that all-star, but definitely finished second, is a very strong mid laner. And they do ban the Garen as well, another very strong champ right now.
They're definitely trying to control what the. Why would you ban Garen?
Yeah, I believe I believe that Amber 02 does do a Garen Yumi bot lane. I believe. Actually, well, they haven't played it this season, but maybe that's something that they've seen in their solo queue games. Maybe something that they've been practicing. But other than that, yeah, I wouldn't know why you would ban a Garen with a Darius already picked.
There is a couple. There is one team in the streamer division that runs dual AD carries almost all the time. But Amber 2 is not that style of team to run like a Jinx mid lane. Although that could have been a possibility with like the Nautilus jungle. Maybe it was just something they were trying to get away from with the Alistar pickup. We got
Yeah, and I can very confidently say that Alistar is probably going to be played support. So maybe that's one position that we do have locked in here. And we do see the Vigar hovered and locked in for Amber 02. Looks like that will be going to the mid lane. They are waiting for their jungler here. We're going to see who they can pick up in the jungle. They have a lot of beefiness already. I would definitely look for maybe some more damage coming out. Maybe an AP assassin jungler would be very good. But they're actually going to go with Warwick. It looks like Warwick did get a very big buff on patch 9.21. That is the patch we are playing on today. He is going to be very strong in the jungle, and it looks like he is going to be the one that is locked in.
Yeah, that's a. Well, I mean, just look at the AO2 comp. They're going to. And Ash actually is going to go with a. Be picked up here for Men's Women Torment to round out their team comp. So they actually will have a traditional AD carry, per se.
Yeah, we say that until we see the Ashe play in the top lane. But I guess we'll see here. I'm sure that Ashe is probably going to the bot lane. But the real question is, who's going to be playing it? They do swap things around. They have all sorts of different places where their players go. And I think we just loaded up into a blind pick here. This is not correct. This needs to be...
Yeah, just...
Are we playing this, or are we going to end this?
I'm gonna probably play this.
Okay.
So...
Well... I believe... I don't know... I don't think we have a spectator delay with blind pick.
There is a spectator delay. The issue is, though, if they need to pause it, you can't pause it. You have to be in tournament mode to pause it. So...
Okay. Well, I don't know what the plan is here, if we're going to be playing this one out or not. Rules state that they have to play tournament draft. Okay, so yeah, then this game's going to be canceled. We definitely can't be having that in the Demacian finals here. So I don't know how we're going to let them know, but yeah. Yeah, just bear with us, guys. We're gonna be just trying to figure out what's going on here. Get these guys kind of fixed and get the lobby reset here. Yep, and there it goes.
Yep.
So yep, someone did leave. So we were able to get the lobby. Who did leave? That was sorry. whatever. I can't say the name, but we're gonna get them back in the game here. We're gonna get the tournament draft started. Hopefully. Yeah, but while you guys are waiting, while we get this draft started, you guys have seen the actual comps now. Even though there could still be some switch around for MWT, but when you see the champions, you see where the power spikes are going to be. Who do you guys think is going to win? This is Demacian finals. This is the best of 5. We are only in game 1. Any team can take this one. Who do you think is going to take it? Is it going to be men's woman Torment, the number 1 seed on their favored red side, or is it going to be Amber 02, the number 3 seed, taking a game back from them? Who do you guys think is going to take this one? Let's get a hashtag AO2 win or a hashtag MWT win.
Hopefully chat is popping off as we reload back into this game. So, personally, I mean, there's just a lot of damage coming out from MWT, but Amber 02 has an actual nice setup with the tanky, beefy frontliners of the Darius, Nautilus, and Warwick to protect the super late game scalers of the Jinx, Vigar. But there's a lot of dive coming out from MWT, right? Ahri can dive, Alistar can dive, Pantheon and Akali can all dive. So if they play their team fights right, they can have the mobility and the skirmishing to get around the beefy front line. They cannot front to back AO2 necessarily once it gets to that 5v5 point. I think they pretty much have to end it probably pre-30 to 35 minutes. If it starts hitting any time point past then, they'll have to do some unique like split style comps and take home the victory here.
Yeah, and I would definitely say that MWT does have a lot of dive. They also have a lot of pick potential. They have that Ashe arrow. They have the Pantheon stun, the Ahri charm. They also have a lot of blow up damage coming out of the Akali and the Ahri as well, and the Pantheon too. They definitely can pick someone in this, either in the river or even in the jungle if they get some vision control down. It's definitely going to be interesting to see, if this kind of late game scaling carry comp is going to beat this kind of pick potential more early game comp from MWT.
AO2 should have like the issue is like you're gonna have Darius who's gonna want to bully particularly Akali as early as possible before she can get to level 6 to control the top lane. But then you have Jinx and Vigar in the mid and bot where they're gonna want to really scale late. So that means that they may be pushed in a little bit more compared to the top lane, which means that Darius may be out on an island. Warwick has to protect the jungle up there. Pantheon can have a little bit more mobility to get the picks off properly across the board. And since he can maybe focus his attention to the bottom half of the map, they'll have early dragon control. So it depends on the RNG on how well that can help promote MWT's mid game to succeed with for the victory.
Yeah, and looking here, I don't know if you wanted to switch the screen over to the draft or not, but it does look like it's going to be fairly standard for MWT. Here, it does look like we're going to be having, their traditional top laner playing in the top lane, their traditional jungler and mid in the mid lane, and their bot lane is going to be pretty set as well. I believe that they may have switched pre-draft. Actually, let me check this one.
I think they switched between lobby when we had this change lobbies. I think they moved spots.
Oh yeah, never mind. Forget everything I said. This is good. This is again a completely wacko swap from them. Their top laner will be in the top lane, but other than that, everyone has moved around. Their jungler is playing AD carry. Their mid laner is playing support. Their AD carries in the mid lane. It's just a bunch of different stuff. But you guys will all see this as we come onto the Rift here in just a little bit. Are still just getting through this pick and ban phase here for the tournament draft. Then we'll have that 3-minute delay, and then we'll bring you guys right to Summoner's Rift for Game 1 of this Demacian Finals.
So this is the first finals here in Season 1, so we're pretty excited. Now, in our finals, we do have best of 5s, and so this is not going to be the best of 3 that we saw in the semis. That means these players can be in for a long a long session here today. If it gets to that point, we'll see how much mental fortitude they have playing in as many games in a row compared to just like your normal like 2 or 3 games.
Yeah, and we do have chat here. They are talking about how it's very damage burst heavy on the side of MWT. You only have one true tank, and that is Alistar, probably one of the truest tanks a team can have. So he won't be putting out much damage, but everyone else in that team is definitely able to put out a lot of damage. Maybe not as much consistent damage. The Ashe is going to be kind of alone in that regard, but being able to have this burst damage in order to catch someone out, in order to blow someone up, and every single one of these carries on the side of MWT is very scary if they get ahead early. So it's definitely going to be up to Ambro 2 to kind of play more of a passive early game. Focus on farming, get a couple items, let your Vigar and your Jinx scale up before you go for any of these big engages, because if you lose one of them and you lose a couple objectives on the back end of it, that could very well cost you the match.
And they have to be strong enough after laning phase to stay as a group of 4, possibly 5 if Darius wants to use teleport and split, because MWT will set up for 1-3-1 with Akali on one side, Ari in another, an Ashe, and Alistar in the mid lane, with the Pantheon roaming between all of the lanes with his ultimate, in the fact that he's just the jungler in this case, to help them. And if they're not a strong set of 4, or Darius is not set as a strong individual 1, if either one of those pieces is really weak, then they're going to falter in the mid game to the spread out style from MWT, and that's just not going to be good, right? Because they'll start losing objectives, and as soon as you start losing objectives, and you start losing vision, and then MWT is going to probably need something like a Baron or full Ace to push into towers, because they don't want to siege, right? They want to fight little tiny skirmishes and little groups of 2s and 3s, no more than like 4 at a time, whereas AO2 really wants the full like 5v5 team fight to happen.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be interesting to see exactly what runes some of these laners take. And definitely seeing like what summoner spells come out. See how aggressive this early game is going to be. We'll see if we have maybe a double teleport on both sides, or if we possibly maybe have some more defensive summoner spells coming out. It's definitely going to be a telling of whether this game is going to be aggressive from the early going. I mean, this is Demacia. We are playing at about I think it's about a silver-ish elo here, probably average. So they are known for having a lot of fights in the early game. But we could see if these teams try to go maybe a little bit more passive, a bit more defensive, or if they're going to go for something very early, maybe an early invade. Maybe that's what we'll see out of this one.
I mean, invading with the Nautilus, this can be a good idea. The problem is Veigar has some damage to follow up. Jinx can do pretty well, and Warwick can help with Darius and the bleed. But it's all like situational damage to stack it upon each other. It's not really easy to stack it all in. Versus like an Alistar, you can just pulverize and prevent their engage. Ashe with the W, the Frost Strike, she'll slow people down. Just kind of coming in, and I think they're just going to set up for a relatively safe clear for both teams to hope to get the game off right, to get the season, the finals here off on a safe foot, going into the series as a whole.
Yeah, that's definitely something we could see here. Kind of playing a bit more cautious in this first game. It is worth noting that in the regular season, MWT, they did only drop one game all the regular season, and that was to Incendium Gaming, who they did play in the semifinals, did win 2-1 after dropping the first game. Whereas Amber 2 had a pretty reasonable regular season. Only. Oh, I'm still loading in. Oh, no, I'm good now. So, what are you at? Sorry, give me that again.
I'm at 9 seconds.
Okay. What are you at now?
10, 11, 12, 13. 14.
All right, I'm good.
Okay. So, no, yeah. So as you were saying, you know, MWT really controlled their season, and the only loss that they had, they rectified that in the semifinals. So they're looking. There is an extremely strong team to come in together. I think these are all friends in real life too. So great job coming in as a group of 5 here.
Yeah, and it looks like we are going to get this line of scrimmage start here for the teams. A little different in the bot lane for MWT. We do see 3 members kind of all huddled around one area there. No Pantheon in the mid lane like you would expect. In terms of runes, we have Electrocute on the Akali in the top lane. Did decide to go with that over something like a Conqueror or possibly something different. We do see Dark Harvest Pantheon. Interesting. I don't know if that's necessarily the meta, but he's gonna be trying to get those Dark Harvest stacks to get some more damage coming out. Other than that, everything does look pretty standard here, except we do have the Glacial Augment, Vigar in mid lane. We have seen Predator Vigar in Shuriman this season. I don't know if we've seen Glacial Augment though. It's definitely an interesting start there.
It is an interesting start. It's gonna help her set up. I think it will be particularly good into certain team comps because the Glacial Augment can help set up your zone control for your massive team fights. But when MWT comes out and they're a really aggressive, like I said, skirmish team, they want to fight across the whole map. They don't want to fight in one target area. So we're going to have a game.
Yeah, it looks like the Pantheon is setting up here. The Warwick is close enough to respond, maybe not quick enough though. But the Vigar does just spot him out, does send him walking on his way. A bit of a pressure gank there. And we do have some early action in the top lane, just some early trading going on. I don't believe that Akali has a proc to her Electrocute just yet. Probably getting close to now. The Darius is going to run onto her, but she does have to flash away from that one. So Darius getting some really early pressure there onto the Akali, getting her low, and she does have to burn her summoner spell for it.
Yeah, Darius doing exactly what he needs to do here in the early game. Keep the pressure in on Akali, try and get her under his tower, go for the kill, deal as much damage as possible. Interesting he went the Conqueror against the Akali, because there's not really a whole lot of tank action on the enemy team for the Conqueror to be most effective. I think Pantheon, the game jungler is going to be up top.
Yeah, but Pantheon's coming in here. Warwick is right behind. He's going to spot him out with the W there. And they're going to go on to the Pantheon here. We do get the pull from the Darius. That goes down. The Pantheon is going to flash away. Warwick is very low, but first does go over to the Darius, and now he's chasing the Akali. She does not have flash, but she is quick enough to get out of that one. So at the end of the day, it is going to be a 1-for-1. Both junglers are going to go down, but that extra 150 gold for the first blood is going to go over to the Darius.
That's going to be super helpful in lane to just progress the early game. This is the one spot where AO2 has to really accelerate to keep their mid game or to get to their late game. They have to have Darius be super strong going into the mid game because, like I said, the Vigar and the Jinx, they want to scale. They have to get the 3 and 4 items to do, to get to their super high points. Now, the problem is here, Darius only has blue buff. Akali has red and blue.
Yeah, and she is going to go in here. Does go in here, try to get the kill. Electrocute procced, and she actually gets the kill on the Darius. The Electrocute definitely helping out there. Conqueror couldn't help Darius at all. Couldn't even get up to his 5 Conqueror stacks. Akali is going to get the kill there. And she's going to actually have 2 kills to her name. Is going to back here, probably teleport back to lane, but she's going to be really strong. We'll see what she buys here. Does grab a... we're going to see what she gets here off the back. Thinking about it, and can actually get that Hextech Revolver on the first back. And the Alistar does go in here with the Pulverize in the bot lane, but it looks like that's just going to be a bit of poke traded out there.
Yeah, the tank supports trading out health is going to slightly favor the Alistar because the heal that he can come up with, but not real much going on. Both of them have the biscuits, and the Targon's procs will be enough to keep everyone pretty much at full health here. It's going to be a CS battle. Here in the bot lane. Here for a gank.
Yeah, Alistar does get the Pulverize there. Is going to jump onto the Jinx. It does get stunned. Heal is used. Flash is used, but the Jinx is going to go down. And the Nautilus actually going back in there. Not wise, my friend, as he does realize that he does have to get out of there. But a kill does go over to the Pantheon. And we are going to see another fight here in the top lane. The Akali again. The short trade's definitely in her favor. Doesn't want to trade any longer than that. But the Pantheon is going to jump onto the Warwick, who is level 3. And the Warwick is just going to walk away, though.
Heal from the the Darius up top. Let's see if Akali takes it back in. Ninja!
Oh, but... Okay, and they are going to trade there. Charm does land onto the Vigar mid, but he is just going to walk that one out. Another one for one in the top lane there. This Akali is very strong. Going back in, able to get another kill there on the Darius. Is now 3-1. Darius, though, has 2 kills to his name as well. Is building a lot more defensively, though. Did grab Merc Treads on his first back. So he's definitely...
Sorry, if Akali wants to teleport, can get to level 6 by the time Darius came to lane. I would have been able before Darius got to 6, but he's gonna walk up there. Gonna say teleport, I guess maybe to try and see once she hits 6 to try and focus her on the bottom half of this map, and maybe for Dragon.
Yeah, it looks like the Akali is definitely kind of saving that teleport for more of a team, use instead of her just getting back to lane. The Darius is going to hit level 6 first. See if he tries to go in here on the Akali. She does not have fun, but she does hit the electrocute there. But the Darius is getting a lot of procs of his passive there, and down goes the Akali. Not trusting the damage there from the Darius. But so he does get the kill there. Top lane is just a back and forth battle. And then, whereas the mid lane is just more of a CS battle, and the bot lane as well.
Yeah, this is where all the action was going to be because, like I said, the Vigar is going to play it safe, and the bot laners, both Ashe and Jinx, really are 3-item 80 carries to really get going. So the top lane was going to be where the action is, unless a team particularly wanted to fight around the Dragon. And Akali not using teleport to get to lane to hit 6 first, I think was really her undoing in that situation. And Darius, as soon as it hits 6, they all in all the time, right? That's sort of the mentality they have to have, knowing that they have to get to a certain point by like 10, 15 minutes, and if they're not there, then they start falling off dramatically.
Right, but one thing I do want to point out, we have all this action in the top lane. We said that CS was going to be a big part of this early game for the side of Amber 2. However, they are losing the early CS battle almost across the map here. The bot lane difference about 13, so about 2 waves. In the mid lane, it's up to almost 20 now. So the Ahri definitely getting the better of the Vigar there. And then in the jungle, that's 12 CS. That's 3 whole camps that the Pantheon has over the Warwick. So they do have more gold in their pocket. It may not be enough for it's definitely not enough for full items, but another item or two. But the Warwick isn't going for a gank here in the bot side. The Ashe is gonna flash away here. Does have ignite on her and the heal. Ashe is actually gonna walk away. It looks like the Owls are doing a lot of job to peel here, and actually it's gonna be everyone is just gonna walk out, and a couple summoner spells burn, but the Owls is actually gonna go back in because Ahri is rotating in from the mid lane. Down goes the Jinx. Warwick is Warwick goes down as well. Charm lands onto the Nautilus, and he's also gonna fall. What a rotation from the mid and jungler from MWT, and they're actually gonna pick up a 3 for 0 in the bot lane.
So it was a good game to start off with the work down in the bot lane, trying to get onto the Ashe and the Alistar, but once all the summoners were burned and then all the CC was used by the Nautilus, the counter gank from the Pantheon and the Ahri, who are a lot more mobile than the Vigar, they came down together to collapse. This is part of the MWT style, right? They're gonna play in these scrappy, bruisey brawls with 4 members or less.
Yeah, and we do see that MWT is going to transition those 3 kills in the bot lane for the first Dragon of the game. That Mountain Drake isn't going in their favor. Not much that AO2 can do to stop this one as it does go down there. So we are going to see a bit of a reset, it looks like here. Warwick is making his way towards what looks to be the top side. No, but he's actually going to run towards the mid lane instead. Still is not level 6, though. You have to go farm and get level 6, but it looks like he's actually going to go for a wraparound gank here onto the top lane. Pantheon does have his ultimate. We'll actually be able to R in here if the Akali does get caught out.
Akali Shroud is down, so I think yeah, she's just going to run away. I mean, Akali is at half health, and Work doesn't even have boots yet. It's really hard to get onto another melee champion as Work if you don't have boots or your ultimate.
Yeah, I think Warwick definitely needs to. I know that this game has been very fast-paced in the early going here, but I definitely think that actually everyone on Amber 2 does have to just take a step back, Focus on farming, get some items, get some more gold in your pocket. Focus on, you know, doing some camps if you're the jungler. Focus on just CSing if you're any of the laners here, because right now you are behind. You know that you are behind. You need to just focus on getting some more damage and looking for better opportunities for you, and not letting them get forced onto you.
Yeah, we are at the 10-minute mark here, so we're going to start seeing completed items here for, say, the people getting the cheaper ones. And as soon as we get the Gunblade coming out from Akali, I think she's going to start switching this top lane around kind of into her favor, unless Darius can get to the Black Cleaver before that can happen. Quite be worth it. Work is finally level 6, but is pretty far behind everyone else on the team. Lots of plates have gone down in favor of the WT, particularly in this.
But the Alistar is actually going to get pulled in by the Nautilus here. He's able to walk out because of a very well-timed Ashe arrow. A little dangerous there for the Alistar. He did have his ultimate, didn't need to pop that, but the Ashe arrow is going to be down for quite a bit. One thing I do want to point out, though, for Ambro too, one of the things that may be causing this Warwick to not have as much CS as he normally would, I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe as Warwick you are supposed to get your tier 1 jungle item followed up by Tiamat in order to give you some help in clearing out those camps. He's currently he actually went for his full jungle item first. He's going to be a lot tankier, but his clear is going to be so much slower.
Yeah, it depends on how you play as a champion. If you're going to be doing a lot of camps, Tiamat will be faster. If you're going to be doing a lot of ganking, the burn from the Cinder Hulk and just the natural health can be a little bit more impactful depending on how much CC is coming from the laners or how much damage is coming from them. Like if you're ganking bot lane, you're expecting Jinx to be doing all the damage, right? It's about a sustainability versus wave clear gank style. Either you just go with the Cinder Hulk and then boots. I'm just surprised that we haven't gotten boots yet.
Yeah, we don't have any boots for the Warwick, and he is only level 6 here. The Pantheon actually closing in on level 8, but the Warwick is going to go in onto the Alistar. Ultimate is popped. He is going to be rooted, but I don't think they have the damage to take him down. Flash onto the carries from the Warwick. Vigar is here. Ahri is slow to react. The Vigar cage does go down. They're focusing all their damage onto the Alistar, and he does get taken out by the bite there from the Warwick. So at the end of the day, that is going to be... Oh, and I spoke too soon. The Ahri with the Flash Charm is going to take down the Warwick. Stun in onto the Vigar. Vigar uses Cleanse a little too late, and he's going to go down as well. A fight that looked very good for Ambro 2 at the start ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of MWT.
Yeah, and that's just Ahri being a little mobile finally coming in here. It was a great gank setup on the side of AO2, and they just had to secure the 1 kill, and on their way out, they just got kind of picked off slightly late on the...
We do have a fight here in the top lane. They're starting to cut you off there, but and the ult onto the Akali is going to go down. So the Darius is going to pick up another solo kill, but the bot lane turret is going to fall. First turret before plates even drop. Not only is that first tower gold, but all 5 of those plates going over to MWT as well.
Yeah, with the 5 tower plates going on over the spot lane, Ashe is now 40 CS up, 40 to 30 CS. I mean, 0, 0, and 5. That's going to be enough for Dragons, probably, that they'll set up here in the next 30 seconds to be really accomplished. We'll see if she actually goes for the crit build first. We've seen a lot of Ashes go for a lot of different builds, eventually getting to crit and some seal items, depending on how she wants to go.
The Akali going to stop the back there from the Darius. Is going to stop him from backing. It looks like he is going to go to back and probably pick up his, I believe he's going for Black Cleaver, so he should be able to get that first. And then we're going to see, yeah, he does pick up the Black Cleaver there. The Ashe does back and get Essence Reaver, Berserker's Greaves. She's also going to be very strong. Doesn't have any kills to her name, but 5 assists and about 30 CS up on the Jinx. So we definitely do see an advantage there in the bot lane of MWT. But now the question is, can they use that advantage?
Yeah, the Darius's advantage, if you're going against a team with enough squishies like that MWT has, go for the extra damage, the Sheen proc, the extra mobility, because you will be in the split push in the 4-1 comp to help, you know, maybe try and help take down some towers. The threaten some towers. But right now, this is all going MWT with 2 Mountain Dragons. This should be a really easy Rift Herald for them to get. Akali's gotten the Gunblade here. Ash has gone for the Essence Reaver. And we've started to see, you know, our item power spikes coming in for these champions versus the side of AO2. I mean, Vigor's not quite there yet. Jinx isn't there yet. They're just not quite ready to fight over this, but if they want a 5v5,
Yeah, no, this Rift Herald is going to be going over to MWT for free. The Jinx was in the bot lane, is able to get some farm, so that's not too bad there. They did see 5 people on the Rift Herald, so I'd like to see if the Jinx can maybe push this into tower, maybe get some damage on that bot tower, which she is going to do. So that is going to be good. I don't know if she'll be able to get a full tower there, especially with Pantheon ultimate possibly able to jump right on top of her. But they do have Rift Herald in the mid lane, and if the Jinx doesn't back off soon, they may just put this Rift Herald down and shove it in 4v3.
yeah, she's gonna not. Is she gonna get the tower? No. She's not even gonna stay for it.
No, she didn't even stay for the tower, and the Rift Herald was dropped in the mid lane. So this Rift Herald, I don't know if it's gonna be. They don't have minions with it, so I don't think it'll be gonna be able to get the tower. They should be able to clear this out. The Vigar cage is gonna go down and kind of zone them away, and the Rift Herald is going to drop here. So just 1 charge for the Rift Herald, maybe not the best use that you could have gotten out of it. But I definitely think that the Jinx probably should have stayed there, but was able to back, finish her Infinity Edge up. So she is going to start doing a little bit of damage, able to put a dagger on top of it as well. And the Alistar actually popping his ultimate there to stop the tower shot from dealing about 100 damage to him. Maybe not the best use of his ultimate, but better to be safe than sorry.
Yeah, Darius is the one trying to stick this one out here. Is able to get a tower in return up top. And this is the part of the game where I think it's gotten out of laning phase in an okay time for AO2, but not the way they wanted to get out of laning phase. They wanted to try and see if they could get Jinx on a completed item and boots, and Vigor on a completed item and boots before they had to start moving these people around, because Vigor wants to sit and farm, and so does Jinx. That means you have to designate 2 lanes of farm. I don't know why directed camera is just hanging out with Nautilus here. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But they to get farms on these 2 carries champions, right? Which means you're going to have to start playing either super safe in a side lane because you want to teleport like Vigor and just give the mid lane farm over to the Jinx, or you're going to have to start taking jungle camps from your own jungler who, well, only 4 CS behind isn't that bad. The fact that it's 1-3-1 versus 3-1-3 means he's behind completed boots and halfway to the second item.
Yeah, and as we see the charm there almost hit on the Vigar. I think that might have been a dead Vigar. He does have cleanse, but that is missing, so we don't have to worry about that one. But we did say that in this mid game, the Darius is really going to have to kind of carry his team here through. The Mega is actually going to flash onto the Akali. Akali does flash out, flash for flash in the top lane. Charm is going to miss onto the Vigar, but she does use the ultimate to get back onto him. I think he's going to actually be able to get out here, though. But like I was saying, this mid game for AO2 is definitely going to rely on this Darius getting a lot of pressure around this map, allowing his team to farm up. If we do look, everyone on the side of AO2 is down in gold, except this Darius, who's almost 1.5k ahead of the Akali. So he definitely needs to be someone that is going to have a big presence in this mid game. I'd like to see him kind of roam down a bit more than he is now. Get with the team, allow them to kind of farm some lanes, push some lanes out, get some gold onto your carries without them having to possibly, get picked or run for their lives.
Yeah, and you can tell how the match is going as we see the top laners just duking it out up here. On how the vision is placed for both of these teams, we'll probably see the jump.
Yeah, and the Akali actually just goes down there. Alistar is under tower though, but the Jinx gets blown up. Nautilus ult is not fast enough, and the tower is going to go down as well. So we have a 1-for-0 in the top lane. That Darius is getting very strong. But, and the Ashe arrow was actually coming out here from Ashe. Let's see if it connects with anyone. Oh, Nautilus, you are in a bad spot there, my friend, and you are going to get taken out by that by the double stun there from the Pantheon and the Ashe. Yeah, kind of unlucky for the Nautilus, but if we do look here, the Darius is really going to have to do a lot in this mid game if he doesn't want MWT to run away with this one. I would have liked to see him build a bit more damage based. Maybe go for, we were talking about Triforce instead of the Black Cleaver. And now he has a Bramble Vest and a Spectre's Cowl. So he's kind of building a little armor, a little MR here and there. I would like to see him maybe choose a path and maybe build a bit more damage. But the Inferno Drake is going to go over to MWT. That is their third dragon of the game. And they're just kind of playing it a little safe here in this mid game, but still able to kind of snowball their lead.
Yeah, so, I mean, if we want to just kind of just expand upon what the Darius is trying to do, he uses the Bramble Vest to cut out the healing that's coming out from the Akali when she auto-attacks him, instead of hitting an Executioner's, which would apply the healing debuff when he auto-attacks her. Just trying to go for that trade-off, knowing that she has to do that to spike. We would have liked to see more damage. That was a really good engage. We'll see how they put their champions. Once again, you have to feed as much CS, into the Veigar and the Jinx at the same time. And this is kind of splitting up and just forcing your Darius. I maybe want to set up a better line of vision, as you know, as MWT, their vision has progressed into going forward, right? They're getting vision into the AO2's side of the map, versus AO2's vision is all defensive, right? And it's barely there. There's not a whole lot of vision. They need a better job of setting up defensive vision around these two carries if they're going to be putting one of them solo in a side lane. If they want to designate maybe the top half of the map or the bottom half of the map and place their vision and cutting off the map,
yeah, we do have a bit of a fight here in the middle. The Veigar prison is going to catch out the Alistar, but the Ashe is going to flash away, stun the Nautilus. He's actually caught on the wrong side of this team fight. He is actually going to go down here. We're going to see where the camera takes us to the Akali, who is on the backline. Did use the teleport to get in there, but is going to get stunned by the Prism. Goes down to the Veigar, but I think the Warwick may follow here. But the Veigar actually doing some good damage onto the Nautilus. And actually, they're just going to walk away here. So in the end there, it was a 2 for, again, I speak too soon. The Ahri is always coming at the end of these fights. Ignite is going to take down the Warwick here. So it is a 3 for 1 in favor of MWT. And the Veigar, you need to walk away, buddy. I don't think you can defend this one. Pantheon jumping on top of him. Down he goes. Uses the W there, but he ran back under tower and is going to die anyways. So I think he may have been out if he ran out the other way away from the tower, but is going to trade out the kill 1 for 1 with the Veigar. But yeah, again, another team fight and another win for MWT.
And Darius is doing the best that he can up in the top lane, getting, had the opportunity, got a tier 2. So AO2 is their group of 4. While faltering, hasn't given up a tier 2 yet in the bottom half of the map, while the Darius in the solo lane has taken a tier 2, so they're trying to use that advantage to the best that they can. Has Pantheon ulted yet this game?
Yeah, I don't think Pantheon has turned on his ultimate once. One thing I do want to point out, though, this Akali, she is 4 and 5 here. She is down about 2k gold to the Darius. But I want to point out that this Akali is doing exactly what she needs to do. Well, at least she was doing exactly what she needs to do when the Darius was in the top lane with her. We do look like we're going to have a little bit of a fight here. The Akali may have to actually run here. Her Shroud is down. Actually has to flash away there. So a bit of greedy by the Akali pushing into the blue side jungle. But when the Akali was matching the Darius in the top lane, she didn't have any kill pressure. She knew she wasn't going to kill him. But what it did is it kept the Darius away from the team long enough that he could, they didn't have to worry about him running into these fights, so they could push their advantage elsewhere. One thing I do want to point out here as well, Warwick has been level 10 now for about 5 minutes, is losing a lot of farm, and just can't get the XP he needs to hit that level 11 for the tier 2 Infinite Duress. He needs to get some XP, he needs to level up, because you have a 2-level lead on Darius in the top lane, but every other lane except the Veigar is behind in levels. So you really have to definitely try to get some XP, because if your levels behind, those levels are going to kill you in these team fights.
And I think right now his goal is to try and just take the Wolves and the Raptors, which are going over to the Pantheon right now, and try and just protect this mid lane with the help of Jinx, while Darius goes and takes towers, right? The more towers Darius can take in the side lanes, the more gold gets onto these late game carries for AO2, for their ability to hopefully to hang out. We do have the cage dropping here.
Yeah, it looks like the Owls are just going to kind of posture through it. The turret is going to go down. I would like to see possibly an engage here. The Ash arrow onto the Nautilus. Nautilus is going to go down very quickly. The infinite duress onto the Alistar does absolutely no damage, especially with that ultimate down as well. That's a 2-for-0 for 2-for-0 for MWT, but Darius does take that tier 1 tower in the bot lane. We're going to see if he pushes it here. It looks like
Ash
they are going to... Oh, yeah, Ash gets caught by the Prism and is going to go down to the Vigar ultimate there. Overstaying a little bit too much. Darius is coming behind the Alistar and the Akali here. Looks like they're going to try to collapse onto him here. But he is a level 15. He is a big Darius here. Could possibly 1v2 here. Is going to spin onto the Alistar. Get his passive proc onto him. Is going to dunk him as well. Pantheon finally presses the R button, but the healing on that Darius is huge. Misses the reset on his ultimate. Is going to go down to the Akali there. Oh, I feel that if the Darius maybe got some more stacks onto his passive, onto that Pantheon before pressing R, he could have got the reset, could have got the healing.
The Pantheon brought the shield up, protected
Really?
the true damage from the R. So that was actually a great job by Tim Yim. I'm not knowing the numbers, with the block, so none of the damage went through. That's why there wasn't another reset. And Darius, I mean, just a great mechanical play.
Yeah, very good there from the Pantheon to have that shield. Does block all damage for that small period of time. But off of that pressure that the Darius did provide, we do see the blue team take their first dragon of the game. It is an ocean dragon, not the best dragon you would like, but it is something there. So they are going to take that dragon for free, able to get some more gold in their pockets. We do see the Jinx really struggling to build her items here, though. Is still has her Infinity Edge and boots, still working on that next item, and only has 700 gold in her pocket towards working for it. So she definitely needs to get some more gold in her pocket, get some more XP. We're actually going to see here, but the Warwick does jump onto the Ahri here with the ultimate, but the Ahri is going to use her ultimate to get out. Darius does have his ultimate though, hits the R, but the Ahri is going to get away, and now you have two men getting collapsed on in the top side jungle. Nautilus going to be here to try to help him here. Ash Arrow comes out, big team fight here. Darius is still dealing damage from the side. It is currently a 2-for-1 in favor of MWT. Darius going to run for his life here. The Vigar Prism is going to zone them out. Another team fight that looked like it could have went in the side of Ambro 2, but MWT is able to respond.
Yeah, I mean, Darius and Warwick, they're burning everything to try and kill Ahri. She's just too nimble, too quick with her ultimate. She didn't even burn Flash in that, and the Photo Belt on the escape with the two mountains. Easy for the Ash to take down that top lane tower. And then the final follow-up, the Vigar and the Jinx, like you said, the items just not quite there yet. They can't get in a position where they can truly follow up in these team fights. Vigar's done an excellent job with the Frostbite to help with the zone control coming out in the cage, which is an excellent job here. Oh no.
Yeah, actually stuns two members here. The Ash could actually go down here, could with the ultimate, and the Vigar is going to flash for it. They have 5 members here. Only 3 members of MWT are here. Kali's going to TP in. Oh, that's a bad teleport. She's about to get collapsed on here. The Vigar cage goes down, and that's another kill over to the Jinx. Getting very excited in this one. That's a 3-for-0, but the Charm is going to land onto the Warwick. You guys need to run. I don't know why you're trying to fight this 2v5. Down goes the Pantheon, it looks like, and the Ahri again barely gonna get with her, but tries to go back in. Actually, is gonna pick up 1 kill. Uses her ultimate to get away. The Jinx rocket is going to miss. Trying to pick up this kill on the Warwick. Flash forward from the Jinx, flash away from the Ahri. Oh my! This is a very long, stretched out fight. And they're going to go right for the Baron here. 4 members down for MWT. I don't know if they have the HP bars to do for this, but Warwick is going to heal up off of that Baron with his passive there. The Ash Arrow is... Oh, it's the Nautilus. He could die to Baron here, but the Jinx is the one that gets knocked up instead. Shield coming out from the Nautilus. I do not think they can do this one. They have to back off here. But while they were doing that, the Darius was pushing that bot lane, did actually take that tower. So... couldn't get the Baron. Good job by the Ash to kind of zone them off with it with the arrow. But the Darius, good enough to go to the bot lane, grab that tower as well. And that's actually a big swing in favor of Ambro 2. Great fight for them.
So remember during the pick ban phase, if our chat can remember, that I predicted that MWT was going to either have to win via these skirmish team fights, either ace the enemy team or get Baron to win. If they let the game go past the 30 to 35 minute mark. We are at the 30-minute mark right now. While Vigar is not gotten to the point, one combo is one-shotting the Ash, right? Ash can't get anywhere near the If Ashe is getting one shot. Ari's going to be get one shot if she gets CC'd and the whole combo lands. So
yeah, Vigar is
numbers are really core here, and if one or two of the heavy damage dealers go down for MWT, Pantheon's not a tank, right? He's not going to sustain through. Alistar can't tank everything. He can try, but he's not going to. And then Jinx, it's almost to the point where she's at 3 items. As soon as Jinx gets online, she's going to be able to sit in the back, fire off those rockets, and start laying out the damage. It's taken them a while to get there, but in these, like I said, greater than 3v3s, these 4v4s, these 5v4s, they actually will favor AO2 if MWT doesn't play the team fighter.
Yeah, and I do want to point out here, the chat was kind of talking about as well, that Darius did just buy a Raptor's Cloak here. Looks like he's going to be building either ZZ Rot or Wrecker. Is going for this full Darius split push build. It's been working for him so far, is level 16 right now. Highest level in the game. Actually, the Vigar did just get to level 16 as well. Compared to, something like the level 12 on the Alistar, the level 11 on the Nautilus. Ashe Arrow is going to find the Nautilus yet again. Akali's going to jump in here. Darius is not with the team, but neither is Ari. The Akali's on the wrong side of this team fight. Is going to go down. Jinx actually going to be saved there by the Triumph. And the Alistar is going to run in here, try to get a stun. The Pantheon is caught in the middle of the prism, but they're not going to follow it up. But at the end of the day, it's 1-0. And the Darius is working on the inhib towers. I'd like to see if Amber2 could stop the ports here. The Darius is just going to keep getting more and more out of this. The Ahri isn't backing either. Warwick's going to go down for it, but that should be an inhib for the side of Amber2. If Darius can get it here. Actually, no, they're actually not even going to back at all. The Darius is able to get free hits onto this inhibitor, is going to be able to get it for free here. I guess that they think that they can trade it out in the mid lane, which they should be able to do. I guess this middle inhibitor is worth a lot more than a bot lane one, but this Darius, the split pushing Darius is definitely working for Amber2 here.
The bot lane inhibitor is a lot more important with Baron on the map because now
that is true.
Always has to have someone here in the bottom half of the map to deal with the super minions. Akali doesn't have teleport up yet, so they can help to set up here. Now, this means that they might, with the multiple members here, set up for the huge dragon and go for that one, but the mid laner's a lot easier to defend. Also, the mid lane, when the minions reach the Nexus, there's 2 Nexus towers with both champions in the mid lane versus the bot lane. Only one of the Nexus towers can fire onto the minions.
Yeah, the Nautilus here is going to get charmed up. Probably could just be killed here. He's kind of by himself. Alistar's actually going to flash in here, hit the double pulverize. The Astro did hit the Jinx. And down goes the Jinx. Warwick here looks like he's going to be soon to follow. Is going to have to flash out. The Darius here is actually nowhere near the fight. So they are actually going to go down there a one for one actually. The Ahri did get taken down.
Figure with the shutdown goal is going to be so important.
Oh, yes. Oh, and actually the Pantheon here is getting chased down, but he is just going to pop the W. Is able to kind of walk away from that one. Inferno Drake, though, did go over to MWT, 2 Infernals, 2 Mountains, but the gold lead hasn't really shifted much, and this Darius is so strong.
He's gone for a ZZ Rot. He is going full, I'm not going to be with my members to be the best person for my team. I need to be in a lane trying to create as much pressure as possible. Darius taking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 towers and an inhibitor basically by himself this game has gotten Jinx and Vigorous unfortunately to help back up into this game. And there's the cleanse coming out. Oh, too early!
Oh, but not enough damage comes out. Oh, not enough damage comes up. But the Ashe did have to pop her heal there to keep her alive. One thing I do want to point out, though, the Jinx is now at 3 items. The Ashe only sitting at 2 here. It does look like she's building into, I believe that's Bork is her next item here. But the Alistar here actually may get caught out. It's going to pop ultimate here, but it's not going to be enough. He should go down here. Let's see if the team can possibly follow up on here. But actually, the Alistar is still alive at the backside of this fight. But is going to go down. Another kill over to the Jinx. Darius wasn't even there. That was just a 1-for-1. And they should start the Baron here.
Yeah, Pantheon's up in the top dealing with these ZZ Rot pushing lane here. Darius is just waiting to get a pick off on someone. Oh, he got 2.
Oh, this is bad. Oh, the Ashe and the Ahri at the flash. They're going to split here. That is completely worth. But the Darius is going to be stunned and charmed and flash away. 2 flashes for 1. You'll take that any day. And his team is still working on the Baron. 3,000 health. not much the red team could do here. Warwick is going to secure that Baron, and look at that. That is a Baron and a kill over for absolutely nothing.
Yeah, well, Nautilus is the only tank member yet again on the side of NWT. So Take putting in the vision, he has to be the one going forward, and he has to be getting backup. Ash burning heal, not heal, flash, and the Quicksilver Sash meant that she didn't want to stick too far behind. Ari can dash away, felt safe, but she had to burn everything because Nautilus basically tried to dump all the CC. And now with the Baron up minions, you can literally do 4 up the mid lane, put the the Darius back up in the top solo lane with the ZZ Rot, and just push it on in and take more damage. MWT is going to have to use their mobility, their flanking from like the Pantheon, possibly flanking Ari and the Akali to get in onto this backline and kill both Jinx and Fear before too many of their carries drop. Someone has to potentially face Darius off of the side lane.
Right, and we look at the gold here. We look how MWT is up about 4K gold here. They are up 4 dragons to 1, but I'm not quite convinced that they're actually the strongest team in the game right now. If you look at where this gold is, you have 1,000 of that gold advantage is on the support, so that's really not going to do much for you. And then where the rest of this gold lead is spread out, you have the jungler who the Vigar's getting hit by the Astro here is going to cleanse a little bit late, but it's not going to cost him his life, so I guess that's fine. But you look where the rest of this gold advantage is. A lot of this gold advantage is on the Ahri, who is strong in her own right, but that Vigar scales regardless of how much gold he has in his pocket. As much as he hits those Qs, Vigar actually now up to an extra 212 ability power. Not super massive yet, but definitely is a lot of extra ability power that he has in his pocket.
Yeah, he doesn't have to go with the full damage here. He has gone for a couple of pen items secondarily, and we'll see if he goes for the Pantheon maybe coming off for this flank here on the side. Ash and Ari doing an excellent job of the wave clear right now, as basically I think they just need one more minion wave before they're going to be able to crash this. But someone's going to have to go top and deal with Pantheon, because he's placed the ZZ Rot. Are you backing Darius?
Yeah, I don't think he needs to. The only reason I could see him backing here is if he's possibly trying to run towards the mid lane and catch them trying to rotate for him. Maybe get a fight where his team has the members here. Alistar does pop ult very early. He will not have it for the team fight. Ashko comes onto the Jinx. Infinite Arrest does go down. Alistar is going to catch a lot of them in there. The Akali is TPing in here. The Alistar is going to be the first one to fall. The Darius did get the reset there. Akali on the backline is going to take down the Vigar. And we do see the Warwick going down as well. And the Nautilus here also looks like he's going to go down. Can the Darius get onto the Akali, get the ultimate down here? Does hit that one as well, but I think they're just going to cut you away here, but does pull the Ahri in. But he's going to go down as well. That's an ace.
And the focus for AO2 just absolutely wrecked them. They did not set up and protect both the Vigar and the Jinx properly. Darius, even though being there in the fight, tried to go and aid. They wasted all of their CC abilities onto the Alistar, who was able to protect his way out of it. And with, the 2 carries here left in the game, Pantheon didn't even show up for that fight, didn't even use his ult or anything. They won a 4v5 into Baron NWT, slipped around, got to the carries, killed the game. Darius was left, but couldn't take home the victory. Excellent job, MWT, in that last team fight to take the win.
Yeah, and we are going to see MWT taking your game 1 in these Demacian finals. Very back and forth game. I would say that MWT probably had the advantage throughout the entirety of it, but it definitely was not a super one-sided stomp game at all there. But we do see here, if we do pull up these damage graphs now, seeing who was doing the damage for the teams, we do see the Ahri doing a lot of damage for the side of MWT, whereas the Vigar and Darius did a lot of damage for AO2. It just was not enough. But yeah, I mean, the Alistar did exactly what he needed to do here. If we look at actually, you don't have to pull this up on the stream, but the damage taken, the Alistar took a lot of damage in those fights. Was able to be their only true tank in those fights, while the rest of his team just did a lot of damage. They had their win condition. They had what they needed to do to win this game. They went ahead. They followed through. They did it, and that's 1-0 for MWT.
It is 1-0 for MWT. So, yeah, I mean, just an excellent job of both teams trying to play to their win conditions, and MWT was just able to, in the end, slip out of it and do that last team fight properly, and that's obviously the reason why they are the number 1 seed right here in the Demacian division, right? It's just an excellent job of realizing once they got to their point where they had to do the final team fight, they were able to focus the proper targets in that team fight and get the damage down, take out the carries, and win the game. So with that, we will be kicking it to an intermission here, and then we will be back for game 2.
doing picks and bans. Yeah. Before we do that, they're saying Scatter said that you need to turn up your volume. Oh no, you did that already. Well, Zerlon just said that you're still super quiet. I don't know if that's true or not. I think my mic's just very loud on the stream. I'll try to pull it away from my mic a bit. All right. Well, either way, we can hop back into this one. All right. You can just count me in, and I'll go ahead.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We have already gotten back into picks and bans for game number 2. What's going on? You pumped? That was a pretty exciting game 1.
Yeah, that game 1 was very exciting. It definitely wasn't a blowout one way or another. I am actually a big fan of seeing these games be very close, the series be very close, maybe get a game 5 if we're lucky, but we're definitely looking here to see, can Ambro 2 respond in this game 2? They did go ahead and pick the blue side for themselves yet again. We do see some different bans, though, coming out for both teams here. The Akali taken away from Bob in that top lane, and we do see the Vygar being taken away from Kazooie in that mid lane as well.
Yeah, so they're going to go with the Caitlyn for AO2. Definitely going to try and maybe control the bot lane a little bit better early on. And, oh my gosh, that's an adorable little Kale.
Yeah, the Kayle and the Morgana, they're getting locked in. Going to be the Caitlyn Morgana bot lane, a very oppressive bot lane if they play it right. And the Kayle could be going top, could be going mid. It's up for us to really figure out here. I can actually probably check their champs, what they play. And actually, I still don't know what they're actually going to go with this Kayle. So we can see that in the top lane or the mid lane. And we got to see what MW2 does respond with here. Do you go for the Syndra? So they do have Ahri Syndra here. That could be a Syndra AP carry in the bot lane. We're going to have to wait and see.
Or an Ahri AP carry in the bot lane.
That's also true.
Like I said in game 1, they do run mages in both lanes. So we'll see how that goes into the Morgana Black Shield. Depending on how they layer the CC down there, it's just too much to Black Shield, too much AP damage coming out. And once again, MWT going for that pick skirmish style team comp versus AO2. Once again, going for the late game scaling carry champions with the Kayle and Caitlyn. So not much difference from game 1. The champions may be a little bit different, but at the same time, the styles are the same. AO2 this time chose to stay on the blue side. You had mentioned that, MWT always picks the red side. AO2 feels comfortable still on the blue side. They had a chance to win it. They are in a good position with the Baron. Just lost the last team fight, not able to succeed to push that on through the victory. Do you think they have to be just going, okay, we just messed up the one thing, we know what we're doing, let's keep on going forward?
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good way to be if you're Ambro 2 here. One adaptation I do like to see here, you look on the side of MWT, they already have 3 champs, 3 kind of more damage-dealing champs chosen, not any true tanks yet. Taking that Alistar away is actually a very good move by them, because you are going to have to see some tankiness here come out from MWT, unless they want to get blown up by this Kayle and that Caitlyn late game. But we do see the Jinx get locked in here, so we could definitely see a lot of swapping around with a lot of these champions. Jinx could be in the bot lane, could also be mid, top, wherever they want to put her. We're going to have to see where these champions are going, but they still need a tank, and we're definitely going to look for that in the final pick of this last rotation.
Yeah, and they definitely need some engage, right? Pantheon has engage for MWT, but we didn't see the best usage of the Pantheon ults from in game 1 or the most. Oh wow, those are quick.
Okay, that was a mistake that AOT made. They meant to lock in the Sejuani, didn't put it in time. And, yeah, with the rules, they're going to have to play it. So, yeah, they're actually going to have to play with the Tryndamere and the Sejuani there. So, not what they wanted, but we do see a Scion getting locked in here for MWT. There's that true tank we were talking about. It's going to... Oh, never mind. They locked the Taric in instead. So instead of the Scion support, they lock in the Taric support. Definitely going to be interesting to see where these champions end up going here. I have a couple ideas in my head, but we'll never know until this draft gets started here. The Tryndamere, though, and the Sejuani, unlucky for Ambro 2. But But they are going to have to play it. We're going to see how they can adapt, play with the Tryndamere in the top lane, Sejuani in the jungle. At least they locked in a champ that can fit into the comp.
Who's going top lane for MWT? Ari?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure here.
Or do you go Syndra with the knockback? Or do you go top Taric?
Top lane Syndra was a thing. I forget what season it was, but Syndra top was a thing. One more thing I want to mention is apparently MWT meant to lock in Sion instead of Taric, and they also had a misclick. So we're going to see Tryndamere for AO2. They're going to have to play with that pick that they really didn't want, and we're going to have to see Taric for MWT, a champ that they really didn't want. So, yeah, I guess you can say that, you know, everything balances out in the end.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Okay, so AO2, you have a Tryndamere. You just put him in the top lane. He's going to be a lot better at split pushing than Darius. Not saying that Darius wasn't successful last game, but it's what's required, right? Just go with that same strategy. You have the Sejuani for the AoE CC. You have the Morgana, and you just protect the Caitlyn in the mid lane. You put Kayle in mid lane, flex down to the bot, and you just do a 1-3-1 with the two split pushers who just split push endlessly all day, and Caitlyn and Morgana just clear waves in the mid lane. MWT, depending on how they want to flex their mages,
is the greatest enemy.
and or Taric, you basically just put your mages in your solo lanes, and you just go ham, and hopefully that burst damage comes out. But once again, there's not really an engage from the side of MWT unless it's the Pantheon ult or a pick, right? So you get the picks yet again from MWT with the skirmish comps. We're just rehashing their play styles that they played in game 1 here. I know that they're not the ideal champions that they wanted to pick, but at the same time, the champions picks can. Okay,
and yeah, we see a bit of a misclick here. It looks like in the actual draft.
Oh my gosh, he thought he was still banning.
Okay.
Because Alistar was their next ban instead of.
Yeah, I don't know if you have the stream pulled up to that or not, but the top laner for.
I don't show the pick ban. They have that on screen, so.
Yeah, that's fine. It also makes it so you can't see the summoner spells, which is also good.
Yeah.
Doesn't give anything away, but yeah, what happened was the top laner for AO2 accidentally picked the Alistar, thinking he was banning it. So we're gonna have another reset. We have been without an incident-free draft yet this series, but the draft that messed up last game led us to a very, very great game 1. So maybe it's an omen that we're gonna get a very awesome game 2 as well. So we're definitely going to see these teams. We still have yet to figure out where these people are playing. So chat, while we have this bit of a lull here, I want you guys to let us know. AO2, pretty straightforward where these champions are gonna go. But for the side of MWT, where do you think these champions are going? Is the Ahri going to be in the top lane, the mid lane? Is the Pantheon going to be jungling, we assume? Where do you guys think they're going to be going? I want to see it, and whoever's right gets a gold noodle star from me.
So I go.
No, Zeralon, you cannot get a pizza from me. I'm not going to be sending an underage person a pizza over the internet. That's probably a trap.
You're scared. Good to know.
Yeah, so back into the lane phase. It's the goal here from AO2 is just be successful in that early game to the late game, so that dip in the mid game is less from last game, right? They had that dip, and that's where they lost their towers, and MWT was able to take all those dragons and kind of control the map, while Darius was off doing his own thing because the group of 4 was not strong enough to fight the other group of 4. Um, you have to raise that up a little bit so you don't have that valley to let MWT control the map. MWT, you want to repeat the same thing. Get your ganks off from the Pantheon, get a couple of lanes snowballing, try and prevent either the group of 4, or in this case the group of 3, or the 2 split lanes pushers of the Tryndamere Kayle in the side lanes pushing in, and you just control it that way, right? Because now it's going to be a 1-3-1 versus kind of a 1-3-1, right? And with that way, you pick and choose your fights.
Yeah, and looking here at the side of AO2, that first game they had the Jinx, they had the Vygar, the complete late game scaling team comp that they had. This game they have a Tryndamere and a Kayle, so it's going to be very similar. They definitely want to get closer to that late game where they can get some just super strong champions, especially the Kayle. Once that Kayle hits level 16, very strong, regardless of the items that are on the Kayle there. So they're going to be looking to play more passive in this early game, see if it actually works out better for them here than it did in game 1, see if they can actually maybe get ahead in the early game, or at least go even so that they have a chance once this late game comes around.
Sorry about that. Repeat the last thing you said there.
Oh. No, you're good. I was just saying that they definitely need to try to play more passive in this early game. They need to try to at least stay even so that they can actually wait for these late game power spikes that they're going to hit.
Yeah, the late game power spikes that they hit. So are they gonna? Okay. Well, they've finished locking the champions, but they have until the 20-second mark on the countdown here before they actually swap over. So before that actually happens, see if they do any late swapperoonies.
Yeah, we'll definitely see what happens here. Either way, it's definitely interesting to see not only where these champions are going, but who's playing them. Because not only do they play some champions in some off roles, but they also play these champions in weird places as well. And different people actually play different roles. So no idea where any of these people are going. We're gonna have to wait until we load in onto the Rift here. However, it does look like we could possibly, if we're lucky, see a top lane Taric. Maybe.
Yes.
Maybe. So we'll definitely have to see if that actually is what comes out here from MWT. But yeah.
Yeah, he's got teleport. So Syndra support was a thing because when mages went support in the bot lane and people were just trying out any mage possible that basically had CC, right? AP damage and some type of CC. You just basically spam the balls on the enemy champions and you just hit an E when you want to set up for a gank, or when a gank tries to happen in onto yourself. So it's possible. Taric was a lot better at solo top lane before his rework, because of the way his you could stack the armor on Taric. You can still kind of do it, but it's not quite as good because linking up with another champion is so much better for Taric. So the solo lane doesn't quite work. But in the ganks, he can give Pantheon a little bit of extra healing armor and getting the stun lines coming off. We'll see what type of build he kind of goes for. He's probably gonna have to go for an armor heavy build against the Tryndamere, Kayle, and Caitlyn. So one interesting thing here, Bramble Vest and works against Kayle because the ranged auto attacks as she does level up. So because she does usually go for the Gunblade, Taric should probably get a first item Bramble Vest against the Tryndamere and the Kayle and the Caitlyn, and just stack, get Merc Treads and stack armor against this team, right? You're not really scared of the Sejuani damage or the Morgana damage. Armor and health live through Kayle.
Yeah, armor and health, and try to end this game early. or at least keep the split pushing Kale and the split pushing Tryndamere at bay, so they maybe can't get those levels and all that gold fast enough. But we do have another minute here. Here we go. I asked you guys this for game 1. We saw MWT take game 1. Who's going to take game 2 here? Can we get a hashtag MWT win, hashtag AO2 win? Are we going to see a 1-1 series tie after 2 games, or are we going to see a 2-0 in favor of the number 1 seed? Let us know, and not only let us know why you think that as well.
Oh, yeah. I almost predicted it correctly that the 35-minute mark was going to be the breaking point until, of course, MWT won that 35-minute team fight to take the victory versus AO2. AO2 is a little bit stronger team comp for the 1-3-1. I think if they can scale again properly, they're going to be even harder because they're a 0 tank unless you consider top line Taric a tank. But no engage for MWT to start those skirmishes. So I think it's going to really favor AO2 going into this match, and I think they can take it to continue to game 3 and 4.
Yeah, I really think it's going to come down to this early game here. I really think that it is going to come down to, can AO2 play passive enough or play well enough to either get an early lead or at least come out of the laning phase even with MWT. You have a team. Your bot lane is very strong. However, your other laners need time to scale up. They need time to hit those power spikes. So if you go all in on the bot lane and you get some kills for your trouble, that's awesome. You're off to a great start. But it's definitely a lot safer. Go even. Let everyone else kind of farm up Sejuani. Focus on counter ganking, making it so your laners can't fall behind, and that is how AO2 needs to win this game.
Okay, I've loaded in. Where are you at?
I'm at 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I'm the count. Call me the count. We're counting today.
I was way ahead of you, so I synced up with you.
Oh, I'm at 23,
Yep.
4.
Right.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Awesome, guys. We are right where we need to be. But here we go, guys. Definitely going to be an interesting game here. We'll see. First game, very cautious. All the teams kind of went very line of scrimmage, very kind of normal start. This game, we're gonna see what the laners here do, and it looks like it's gonna be the same, pretty much line of scrimmage here. Taric is gonna be in the top lane, so we are going to see the top lane Taric here coming out. We'll see how that works for MWT here.
Interesting, he went with the Ruby Crystal instead of just getting a Doran shield. You have a heal in your kit as Taric, so you can just continuously heal yourself. I know the Ruby Crystal kind of gets you going where you're going. Preventing that early damage, I think, does a lot better job in that regards. Ari, go for a T4? No, not going to happen. So, early start here. Pantheon is going to be a lot quicker ganker. We saw the level 1 or level 2 gank coming out from Pantheon in game 1. I don't think we're going to see that here in this game. And if it is, maybe the bot lane instead of going to the mid lane, because that was really easy to spot it out. And there, AO2 is prepared for it again with that ward in the bush, so they will see if he runs on by.
Yeah, I believe it was more of a pressure gank in the mid lane there, just kind of allow the Ahri to just farm a little bit easier. I mean, she can already farm very easily against the Veigar early, but kind of just apply some pressure there. If you can get a kill, great. If not, just kind of, and he's actually looking for it again here. It does get spotted out. So yeah, maybe that's just the thing that they do. They get those pressure ganks. They, kind of like let the Kale know that Pantheon is there. You don't try anything funny. But yeah, again, he's just going to go back to clearing his jungle. One thing that I'm definitely looking forward here, can the Sejuani maintain a CS lead, or at least stay even with the Pantheon? That was a problem we saw in the first game. I guess the Q does land onto the Syndra, the double stun, but the zap is going to get caught by the minion there, so not a lot of damage coming out in that, just the even trade there. But yeah, we'll definitely see, can the Sejuani stay even in farm and stay relevant coming into this the end of this laning phase.
The double stun perfectly set up, because that would have been a Caitlyn trap right after that binding, and a lot of damage coming out onto the Syndra. So we'll see. It's Syndra's job to dance and throw out the damage. Junglers over the scuttle, maybe? No, it's not even spawned yet. They just run into each other.
Yeah, they're actually the Pantheon here looking for an early, at least just some pressure. Does hit that plant there. Is able to take the vision plant there. Get a little bit more vision. Notice that the Sejuani did not go for that ground beat, but we do have a gank here in the top lane. Stun onto the Tryndamere. Does actually flash out there. Used his spin to get away from the initial stun by Taric. So a great job there by the Pantheon to force that flash out of the tower, out of the Tryndamere, and great job to but the Syndra is able to get out of that. Yeah, so
Great
flash
juke.
and
Stepped forward instead of either backwards or to the side that most people would have done.
yeah, great job there. The Pantheon though is able to force that flash out on the Tryndamere. The Tryndamere does have his spin, but that is all he has in the top lane there, as the Kayle is going to take a little bit of poke, but things are going to reset from there.
Yeah, Kayle has to try and get the damage down in between for the range auto attacks and not, you know, go into melee form again. Otherwise, she'll be taking way too much damage from the Ahri and set herself up for an easy charm. So Ahri should kind of control this lane like she's doing so far. Pretty easy here to get the range as the semi-melee champion.
Yeah, not a lot that Kayle can do here in the early going. Her job, like I said, is really stay even. Keep those CS numbers reasonably close. Is down about 10 CS now. A lot of poke coming out from the Ahri. She needs to be careful. She could get all in there. The Ahri will hit level 6 first, it looks like. Again, more damage onto the Syndra there. Nothing too crazy though. As the Syndra is going to kind of posture here. Does going to hit the stun onto the Caitlyn. Does jump onto it. The heal though coming out. But the Syndra's rooted. Is going to die to the Ignite there. First blood going to Ambro too. Like I said, the only lane that you had some really early kill pressure here is the bot lane. They would like to play passive, but if they can definitely get a couple kills on there, that's definitely right what they're looking for.
And excellent timing here for Sejuani. I don't know if she timed her or just happened to be at the right spot at the right time to prevent the Pantheon from diving in past the tower to try and get a kill on this super low Caitlyn. So early advantage going for AO2 in the bot lane. Also doing fairly well. Tryndamere is farming Krugs up in top because Pantheon, with the gank in mid.
But the Kayle is going to be able to flash out there and stay alive. So great job there from the Kayle getting out of that one. The second Pantheon Spear does miss as well, so she is going to be able to walk away. But yeah, and then we actually have the Tryndamere though punishing the Pantheon by taking his Krugs there. So decent trade there from them. A flash for a camp. I mean, still goes in favor of MWT, but the gold lead though, and changes it. This is definitely different than the first game. Gold lead does go over to AO2 early.
Yeah, and I wanted to see Sejuani maybe hang out with this Kayle in mid lane, get that wave pushed away from tower so Kayle can back and buy, even if she has to use teleport to get back to lane safely after that Pantheon gank. You know, I know Kayle just hit level 6, but make it much easier to get that completion, that purchase off here in the safety. Tryndamere just kind of let Taric, Taric was able to kind of stall it out in front of his tower while Tryndamere was busy farming the Krugs as everyone kind of gets in their first items here, picks up their vision. Bot lane's been the main focus of the directed camera because of, like I said, the kill earlier and all of the fighting that has gone on down here.
Yeah, and we definitely see, we do see CS numbers across the board kind of favoring MWT, except the jungle hit now. And that is why the gold lead, although the first blood to go over, the Syndra is going to get rooted here. Will the Caitlyn follow up? The Chompers are going to keep her away, but the Caitlyn actually picks this one up. I know that Animal in the bot lane for AO2 is a bit of a Caitlyn main, but he is very good on that Caitlyn. It's definitely showing here.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting a lot of damage. Probably not used to playing against the Syndra in the bot lane, so getting pushed off of the wave, allowing Jinx to do a better job at farming. But Caitlyn has picked up a kill and assist here, so even though the CS is different, she's actually ahead in gold. So when she gets her back in, she's going to be pretty far ahead and maybe able to punish this Jinx a lot more and bring that CS a lot closer together.
Oh, and actually the binding's going to hit onto the Jinx as well. Q from Caitlyn, though, not going to connect. Just some more poke, forcing them out of lane here. Syndra not even level 6 yet. Is going to have to come into lane here to grab that. But yeah, I mean, this game is going just about as good as you could imagine for Ambro T here in the early going. Kayle even getting some decent poke down, but the electrocute from the Ari going to trade that right back.
Yeah, both these champions can kind of heal with abilities. You don't want to spam the heal too much on the side of Kayle. Ari, of course, heal is situational depending on her orbs and her damage. Ooh, that's a great charm.
Yeah, but the Kayle actually going to try. You need to back away, Kayle. I don't think the Ignite is going to be enough, though, unfortunately, for the Ari. But it is definitely the mid lane here. After level 6, they are getting a lot more aggressive here. The Ari, though, didn't even use her ultimate there. But then again, the Kayle also had hers as well, so maybe it was a good choice. But yeah, a lot of early action in this bot lane, a lot of early action in the mid lane. The top lane is really the only thing that's maintaining relative kind of peace up there.
Yeah, Mountain Dragon is the first one here, so we see Ari land a charm on the Sejuani, who's just trying to get some CS and protect the tower, protect the plates. Does not particularly favor anyone at the moment, because both these teams, I think, can have a chance to take towers relatively easily. I think it's more in a favor to get the Mountain for AO2 because the way Tryndamere and Kayle will want to split push and how much damage particularly Tryndamere will have compared to last game when MWT, one of the reasons why they were so successful at taking towers was because of the Mountains they had gotten. But neither team is prioritizing that. Pantheon's done a lot of ganks, but unlike in game 1 where the ganks were successful and he's gotten kills, he's burned, what, like one flash? He hasn't burned anything else, and while Sejuani has been doing a much better job, as you said, farming it out, just going from camp to camp, now is level 6, can help layer down the CC when needed too.
Yeah, and we do see a bit of a trading here in the top, and the Tark and the Tryndamere actually stand there and just attack each other. I actually think the Tryndamere could have possibly went for that one. Oh, the Tark also going to run out. Tryndamere still has his Undying Rage. The flash for both there, but the Tryndamere going to pick up the kill. Great job for him to 1v1 the Tark in the top lane. I think the Tryndamere actually could have probably killed him without having to use flash there. But did actually get to pick up the kill anyway. Perfectly fine, and we see a complete shift from game 1. We do see 3-0 kills in favor of Amber 0-2.
Yeah, I understand where Tarek's going for with the Sheen. I don't have a particular problem with that. And the Catalyst, I understand where he's trying to get to, but he doesn't have any armor yet against Tryndamere. And to prevent Tryndamere from really like popping off, you got to get your armors. Pantheon's going to come in here for a gank up top. No ult.
Yeah, but it looks like the Tryndamere is actually going to be able to get away here. Is going to get stunned. Is able to spin out. Great job by him. And here we actually see the Sejuani could come down for a gank in the bot lane. The binding is going to miss, but Sejuani does have the ultimate onto the Jinx. Is going to be able to probably get the... Oh, actually, no. Actually, they're all going to flash out here. Oh, but the Morgana hits the double Soul Shackles. Going to stun the Jinx, and she's going to go down as well here. 2 kills in the bot lane in favor of Amber 0-2. This is a perfect start for them on a team that outscales as well.
Yeah, and with this bot lane really crushing it here, neither bot lane had backed, and we are at 11.5 minutes, and so that gold hadn't been purchased, so it didn't matter that the Jinx was ahead in CS. She's going to pick up the static shiv here. The Syndra was behind in levels, the flash was down, the heals were burnt, and now the Sejuani with the better gank down top. It was a pretty easy setup for the Pantheon up in the top lane.
The binding lands of the Pantheon too. He's probably going to be able to get out here, but the Mountain Drake should go over in favor of the blue team here. Super Mega Death Rocket also coming out. The ultimate from the Caitlyn is going to get blocked by the Ahri though, but that's 2 kills in the bot lane and a dragon for no follow up from MWT.
Yeah, MWT here going to have to use all 3 members here to try and take some tower plates in the mid lane here at 12 minutes. Tarek with the Sheen procs and the Tiamat may be able to take down at least one. Not enough minions.
Well, Tarek actually is in a bad spot here. It's taking tower as well, but the Sejuani's going to pay for it with her life. And the Kayle accidentally ulting herself, I believe.
I think the Kayle was trying to ult the Sejuani and she just got bursted down, so the ult transferred over to her when she clicked it.
Yeah, I think so as well. But yeah, the Tryndamere actually fighting the Pantheon here shouldn't go any farther than that. The Tarek is actually going to be collapsing here. Tryndamere does have his ultimate. Probably could fight this one into the Tarek at least, but another electrocute is down in the mid lane. A lot of damage onto that Kayle there. Is going to back to reset. And in the bot lane here, we do see a Caitlyn who's down in CS, but the gold just about even because of those 2 kills and 2 assists she's picked up.
Yeah, and Jinx is going for an attack speed build here, realizes the damage isn't going to particularly help her. It's going to be a while before she gets to it. Pick up the static shift to just go with the wave clear, right? She wants to get this laning phase kind of done and out of with, transferred over to probably the mid lane here, so maybe Ahri can go into a side lane to get that going. Also, the extra little bit of mobility that the ship's teleport actually going to come down here in the bot lane.
Teleport going to come in. Chompers are going to keep the Kayle from getting in there, but I think that this is a dead Jinx here. Does not have flash, used it in the last fight, does not have heal. And the Jinx is going to go down. Tryndamere actually going to jump onto the Taric here. Did drop the Ignite, but the Taric is actually able to just walk away here. Tryndamere could possibly go on, but the ultimate push Taric, and the Syndra's going to go down as well. This is just a complete shift from game 1. We have Amber02 winning lanes all across the map, and like we keep mentioning this, the Kayle and the Tryndamere are just going to keep getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, and Kayle was sacrificing the mid lane that she was getting absolutely punished for. The one success was the Ahri here in the mid, and she just teleports down the bot lane, realizes that her tower is going to fall, tries to, and successfully gets the bot lane tower. Tryndamere with the top lane tower doesn't get all the plates, about 3 top, 3 bot, and then the first brick gold means that the gold is really accelerated for AO2. They're up 2K, and as you said, the better scaling team with the Kayle and the Caitlyn here, and they just have to get the next tower going. Rift is another objective that they can focus on. Sejuani is getting to the point where she's going to hit another item here, kind of be tanky. The picks are coming off with these Morgana binds. Excellent job.
But the Morgana actually sets up a little bit too far, but the Pantheon is going to go down to the ace in the hole. Jinx, though, had to pick up a kill on the backside. Should be able to get a double here. It is excited. It's actually going to run. Oh, Ambro2, you guys stayed a little too long. And the Tryndamere does not care that this Taric is fighting it for the scuttle. I don't know if that's the proper way to look either. Oh, he can just dash right through there. He's actually going to fight the Taric here. Undying Rage is popping. There goes the Taric running for his life. Flashed about straight forward there. The Tryndamere canceled a couple autos, and they're actually both just going to walk away. But yeah, actually, I mean, I was just going to say, looking in the bot lane, we do see almost a 50 CS advantage here for the Jinx in the bot lane, but is actually down in gold because of all this early emphasis on the bot lane from Amber02, able to get a lot of kills, a lot of assists onto their carry, and their Caitlyn, who's going to have to carry them through the mid game until the Kayle gets scaled up, is in the perfect position to do so.
Yeah, so I mean, we're looking at this and trying to figure out what's the next goal here. MWT wants to do these skirmishes and team fights. Jinx is just trying to super wave clear lane and leave, right? She wants to be mobile. She doesn't want to sit still into basically the Sejuani, but she's going to need damage eventually here. I mean, the 1v1 shot, Caitlyn's going to outfight the Jinx. But if Jinx is just fighting minions and fighting towers, the attack speed and the static shift should help her in that regard, especially in the splitting comp that they want to do. Now that AO2 is looking down here in the bot lane, clearing out the vision, that means that they've been seeing the Rift Herald set up here for MWT. They should be able to use that to break open one of these low outer towers in either the bot or the top.
Yeah, just not enough vision control by Amber02. I mean, you're ahead in gold, you're ahead in kills, you're ahead in map pressure, but you let the Rift Herald be taken for free. I guess they're going to trade it out for this dragon here. Double Mountain is going to be very helpful for them, especially with the lead, able to take down some more of these towers here. So that's definitely good for them to be able to do that. The Ahri, though, coming in, may possibly look to engage on this one. The Super Mega Death Rocket does get onto the Morgana. Morgana is going to go down, but I think the Ahri may trade it with her life. But no, the Ahri is so mobile with the ultimate. Ace in the hole, doesn't take it by the Syndra. Ultimate onto the Sejuani. Kayle goes down as well. This is disaster for Amber02. But they do get the dragon, but they concede 2 kills over to MWT.
And here comes the Rift Herald. Tryndamere not pushing up into the top lane. Means maybe trading out towers. And once again, just the turnaround. Morgana didn't land the CC, and Sejuani did, but after already Morgana had gone down, Kayle used the ulti to save the tank, not necessarily the primary target. And here's the attack speed that we're looking for out of the Jinx, just absolutely machining gun through this tower. Rift Herald drops to the bot lane, means that's another goal. And the gold swing straight in the favor of MWT in that skirmish style fighting yet again that they're really so good at.
Yeah, that was just it was just a very bad engage or even worse disengage for AOT. AO2. They couldn't lock down any targets. The Ari that they expended so much to try to kill was able to just use the ultimate and get away. This was the story from game one, putting so much utility and so much damage into the Ari, but having her barely get away. Didn't even use flash to do so. And once you overextend like that for one champion and they get away, that's how you set yourself up to be kiting backwards, not being able to deal any damage, and just getting a lot of damage thrown onto you. And those are the fights that MWT is going to excel at.
Yeah, and now so we're at the point where there's once again AO2 runs into this problem where they have the mid lane tower that they haven't got, right? Now this team comp's a lot easier because last game they were trying to feed 2 carries, and Veigar and Jinx both were hard to put in the side lane, right? They both wanted to stay in the middle. This time, Kayle would teleport and could definitely be a sideline split pusher. Caitlyn is just mid lane farm duty, right? She's already 4-0-2, and if the side lane pressures can push up enough, she can actually maybe push forward and get some damage down on the tower. But we talked about the vision before. Red side, yet again, getting deeper vision and protecting the bottom half of the map. Blue side with their vision, protecting the Tryndamere up in the top wave, not so protecting the mid lane where they're trying to push. So they're trying to be kind of selective on where they want to put their vision for both teams here. I think our next Dragon fight in 2 minutes here and 30 seconds may be the opportunity for the teams to fight over a third Mountain Drake. Dude, lots of mountains in this matchup. But yeah, I don't think anyone's going to be going for Baron right at 20. Until then, it's a CS. Who can get the most CS on the Pro champion? Oh, engage.
Oh, Sejuani ultimate onto the Ari is just going to use her to get a... Still has flash as well, but the Sejuani may actually pay for it with her life, but no, the heal from Jinx side stuff is going to save her. So at the end of the day, that is just going to be, you know, trading out abilities. No one is going to die. Wait, but oh, what a great black shield by the Morgana to save her life there. That charm would have meant certain death.
It was an acceptable engage because once again MWT has their 2 carries here in the mid lane, and the split pushers aren't working with the mid lane coordination. Kayle was pushed up, but not Tryndamere. Tryndamere had backed. They need a little bit more talking and coordination to get these teams to push the lanes together, right? You want all the lanes to move at the same rate across the map. Because the best opportunity to take objectives and set up for those type of kills. Also, Sejuani landing all of her CC onto the super mobile Ari and not the immobile Jinx. Kind of unlucky because now MWT didn't respond properly. They also are not pushing the waves together in their 1-3-1 setup, allowing Tryndamere to take the top.
Yeah, and those minions are actually going to get some good damage onto that inhibitor tower. Pushed all the whole wave onto that tower. About a quarter, maybe more like an eighth of damage on that tower. Not a lot, but if you can do that consistently throughout the game, that wave's going to be set. Very good spot for him when he returns. But MWT here is looking to respond with this bot here too.
I think they're trying to set up for control for the Dragon that's coming up here in 30 seconds by taking down this tower and going as a group of 4, saying our group of 4 is stronger than your group of 4 and it's faster than taking objectives than your Tryndamere is off in the side lanes. And they're grouping, and once again, deeper vision means that they have the more ability to move throughout the map and collapse in onto themselves. And we're going to see how this group of 4 goes up against the group of 4. Who can lay down the damage properly, who can get the CC off, and just succeed as we get into the Dragon. If they fight over the Dragon, though, I fully expect Tryndamere with the 2 Mountain Drakes to take top inhibitor.
Yeah, the Ari actually is going to back there to try to stop that wave from pushing in, which means that it could be a 4v4 on this Dragon here, but they're actually going to respond a little bit too late. The Mountain Drake gets taken down immediately by MWT as soon as it spawns. So not only will they be able to save that inhibitor tower, but they'll also be able to get the Dragon for it, and not much in return for AO2.
So Tarek has gone for a Rod of Ages. It only has 6 stacks on it. He's got lots of mana going for himself right now, but at 98 CS, and not, I mean, he does have the Frozen Fist, not enough to actually be the armor that we were kind of looking for, or the Merc Treads. People are still sitting on level 1 boots at 23 minutes. I think the suboptimalization in the pick and not having a sturdy plan is kind of going into some item decisions and not being the most optimal coming out for both these teams.
Yeah, definitely a very interesting decision here for people like the Tarek, prioritizing the Iceborne Gauntlet over level 2 boots. You have the Pantheon prioritizing the Titanic Hydra in the jungle over tier 2 boots as well. Obviously, the MWT isn't as free with their gold as they were in that first game. The first game, they had a lot of gold on their carries. They were able to kind of buy pretty much any item they wanted at any point in the game there because they were strong enough to do so, and they would do damage regardless of what items they built. This game, being a little bit more stingy, kind of going more for that, more for some of that defensive stats on the Tark, some more damage onto the Pantheon at the expense of some mobility.
Yeah, and CasualEAL and the Kayle has to back off because there's no vision, and the lines aren't pushed up at the same rate, or at least the same attempted rate here, where you can keep the vision on the enemy champions. She doesn't have anything as flash by Terra.
Yeah, flash by Tark, ultimate by the Pantheon, nothing to show for it there. I like them being proactive there in the mid lane, especially knowing that, the Kayle and the in the side lanes here. Kayle gonna see if she can try to take this tower now, but she does have at least 3 members collapsing on her here. I don't know if she's going to die for the tower or try to run. She's going to try to run here. I don't know if she's going to be able to, though. The speed boost flashed by the Syndra and is not going to hit the stun. The Kayle is going to flash out and is going to survive.
And this is the problem, because the only hard engage that MW has is Tarek, Flash, and Pantheon ult, and they burned that and they were unsuccessful in getting anything. Now they have to move around the map. Syndra is now playing bodyguard in the bot lane. She is down multiple levels. Oh, Tryndamere on top.
The Tryndamere is going to flash in here. Ahri, but so mobile. You don't chase an Ahri. You don't kite away from an Ahri, and he's actually going to go down and kill on Jinx with a 300 gold shutdown to go with it. That's actually, but it says, why is it going on to the Tark? Your Tark is going to pop the ultimate. I don't know if it's enough, and he's actually going to go down before that even goes. The Sejuani ultimate going to go onto the Jinx, maybe a little bit too aggressive there. The team doesn't follow up, and they're actually going to get out there with a 1-for-1 across the map.
It was a decent peeling ult coming out, and they were able to pop the Tarek because Tarek doesn't have any armor yet. I mean, it's a good item for Fist for split pushing and clearing out waves with the Shade procs, but it actually is not a very substantial armor item against the heavy auto-attacking champions like Kayle and Caitlyn. Just get some stronger armor to be able to survive, and that your ultimate takes a while for it to drop on down. The next dragon is up in 1 minute and 30 seconds, so maybe we see a fight over that. And this is the problem for AO2, right? They need to get this mid lane tower so they can try and better push the side lanes. Tryndamere is now going down to the bot lane. He's been the more successful at off the side lanes than the Kayle at the moment. Nothing.
Yeah. Oh, and actually, Ace in the Hole is going to come out. The Jinx is going to block it. The Sejuani actually was really close there to hitting some decent damage onto the Syndra. Oh, we have a team fight here. The ultimate does go out onto the Syndra. We have the kill. Oh, but the Jinx is getting excited. That's 3 kills for MWT. Oh no, Ambro 2. The Super Mega Death Arc is going to miss. The Spear is going to miss as well. But right now, that's 3 kills. MWT is going to run this one down mid, and I don't know if the Tryndamere can respond fast enough in the bot lane. He may have to back here.
I don't think so. And the Sejuani didn't get off at best engage, and the CC didn't get onto the right champions. And then the Kayle ulted the Morgana, and then went into Zhonya's Hourglass, and so the Kayle ult was wasted. And as a result, the shredding of the rest of the team by MWT, this is where they excel, right? We talk about these small skirmishes, and they are pushing super hard in. Here they're going to take 1 inhibitor into 2 inhibitors, and this may be too hard for AO2 to come back from. They're going to have to play super defensive. They overextended yet again into the wrong team fight.
Yeah, Tryndamere here. Oh, but the ultimate from the Sejuani trying to catch the greedy backs from the side of MW2. The Tark here is going to go down again, waiting too long to pop that ultimate. The Ahri, though, she does have her ultimate, she does have flash. She shouldn't go down here, I don't think. But the Jinx is shredding with the rockets right now. Oh my gosh, the Ahri with a double kill. Kayle going to go down as well. That is not a fight that you wanted there. That's 4 kills go down here, but the Tryndamere is actually taking Nexus turrets in the base. So, but wow, there's a lot of fighting there. 4 people down. Actually, I think that MWT could actually probably push to end this one.
Pantheon does have Titanic. He's relatively strong. Ari's here as well. Tryndamere needs to teleport. You can't back, it takes too long. He doesn't have teleport. He has Ignite. This is a teleport, and he teleports to the
Tara comes in. The Tara comes in. The Tara comes in too. And actually, this could be the game here. I don't think the damage to stop this one. Sejuani jumping in. Black Shield on her. Oh, they're actually forcing him off the Nexus here. Tryndamere finally backing as well. Stun onto the Pantheon. But I mean, you guys can't trace too far. You could get turned on here, and then it's going to be the same situation all over again. Down goes Sejuani. And then in the top we have Jake's decision, but the Pantheon does get rooted. There is going to go down here. The Tryndamere though, Undying Rage, picks up a double kill in the top lane. He's going to push these minions in. This is absolutely crazy. This is a delayed base race that we see here. The Tryndamere going to push. Yeah, and the Ahri's going to back there. It may try to chase the Tryndamere here. Does not have her off. The Tarkin is going to try to cut him off. And the blue team just going to clear minions here. Wow, that is just a lot of stuff happening at once on the map. The Tryndamere, though, not getting as much out of it as MWT was. So we look here, we have a bare Nexus on the side of Amber's Nexus is bare. Only one tower down for MWT, but the Tryndamere actually going to try to maybe die for this dragon here. But actually he's able to get it. Flash by the Taric. Ultimate onto the Tryndamere here. Ultimate for the Taric. That one's gonna make him survive. Undying Rage. Oh, the Tryndamere needs to run here. Is gonna get shut down, and that's just, you get the dragon. But what does the dragon matter if you're gonna die? They can run it into your base now. 5v4.
I think they probably should set up and just take Baron. Syndra's busy pushing bot lane or keeping bot lane out. I guess you can try pushing. Baron is the easier objective, right? While the other team's dealing with super minions, you just go ahead and take the freer objective, or you can try and push into the in a 4v4 because without the Syndra here, then the Kayle ult comes up. I'd see what MWT wants to do.
Yeah, Syndra's not here. This is gonna be a very interesting game here. We can see what they can possibly end off of this one. The Nexus, a lot of damage on the Ahri, does get through to the stun onto the Taric. Not the right Taric. No Taric on here. The Jinx gets a kill there, but the Morgana trades it out with the Taric. Jinx gets a double kill. She's excited. Down goes the Morgana, and down goes the Nexus. MW2 looks like they are going to take game one here. Tryndamere, you can chase that Jinx all you want, but you got super minions and Pantheon on the Nexus. Down it goes. MWT taking game two in a 2-0 series lead over Amber 02.
Well, that was chaotic.
Yes.
This is what MWT wants to do. This is their style of play. They want to play in the chaos. They want to make you make snap decisions as fast as possible. And if you don't make the correct snap decisions while they're being aggressive with their snap decisions, that means you will fall off and they will become the victors of the game. Just like in this one, it just seems like these games are like, the last 7 minutes was absolutely spectacular on both these teams, just trying to make the decisions back and forth, and they just outplayed them. There's no other way to say that.
Yeah, I think that the Tryndamere split push, and he definitely should have backed as soon as he saw his team dying there in the mid lane. That 3 for 0, with the actually I think it was a 4 for 0. The Tryndamere needed to back immediately, but instead he tried to base race against 4 members of MWT. They lost 2 inhibs, and Tryndamere only picked up 1. That's not a good trade for you. And then, again, decided not to back when his team again went in. Got a couple kills for their trouble, but then still all 4 of them died again. So it's definitely a situation where, maybe some not so smart macro plays there, maybe not communication among the team, not organized, not knowing when you had to back, because if Tryndamere was back there, they may have been able to defend those Nexus towers and maybe live to fight another fight.
So we will be switching over to another intermission here before we get into game number 3. So don't hold on. Don't hold on. Don't go to bed, get your pajamas on or whatever. Stay up with us, hang out. We're gonna be going. We'll see if AO2 can do the reverse sweep coming up next. Welcome back, everyone. We're into the pick bands for game number 3 between Amber O2 and Women's Torment. Women's Torment have taken game 1 and game 2. This time they've actually elected to be on the blue side, which is a difference from what they normally play. They normally are a preferred red side team, so maybe they have a specific comp up their sleeve to play into the chaos.
Yeah, those first 2 games, very exciting. The first game, pretty straightforward. We had a bit of a closer game in the mid game there, but then MW2 took over. Second game, almost completely the opposite. AO2 looked like they had the advantage, looked like they were going on to win their first game of the series here, but MWT, the number 1 seed, too strong, were able to come back, overcome them, and win game 2. So, we'll see. Are we going past the game 3, or is this going to be it? Are we going to be crowning Demacian champions after this?
I've been really enjoying this series so far, so I hope that it goes at least maybe 1 game longer. But oh my gosh, there's the Garen pick that we've seen banned multiple times, as AO2 has actually come out with the Caitlyn Xin Zhao. Now, AO2 has been banning the Fizz. This time they left it open for the Ahri, and that's the Fizz pickup. But now the Katarina counter, so maybe the mid laner actually plays an assassin, because Katarina's been banned the last 2 games.
Yeah, looking here, I saw the chat was talking about if Amber O2 wants to win this game, they need to get ATX, their jungler, and Kazooie, their mid laner, onto champions that can carry and can have a presence in the early game. The Xin Zhao and the Katarina are just that. The Xin Zhao, very strong early game jungler. The Katarina, very, very strong champion if she gets ahead. So if that's what they're looking to do here, and also getting
AO2
Animal.
didn't ban Yuumi!
No, they did not. I don't know if they're going for the Garen Yuumi, but that's definitely because it could be an oversight by them. They banned the Ashe instead. Maybe they think that Garen is going to the top lane. Not quite sure, but basically, so far this draft for AO2 looks really, really promising here. At least in my opinion. We'll see what they can pick up in the top lane and in the support position here. Definitely get at least a little bit of beef to provide some tankiness for the team. As we do see a Blitzcrank hover and locked in. So there's a little bit of tankiness. There's a little bit of utility there. We'll definitely see what MW2 can add here to their comp.
AO2 is playing into MWT. They figure that our troughs in the mid game are too low because of their scaling comp team styles that they've tried to play in games 1 and game 2. They've now elected to try and play a much more mid-game centric team comp with the Xin Zhao, the Katarina, and the Blitzcrank. Caitlyn will still have that trough, as there is they're flip-flopping here between the Karma and the Yuumi. But the Caitlyn will still have the trough, but there'll be a much easier transition, hopefully, for AO2 to get to a late game team fight where Caitlyn can, once she gets that, that 4, 5, 6 items, can particularly carry, as we may have just an all-out brawl with no tanks in this match other than the Garen, which is interesting because MWT is normally not the no tank team, and they're the team with the tank this time. But it's not really a tank; it's a bruiser, right? Like they're just gonna it's gonna be an all-out war battle. Both top laners probably take Ignite here.
Yeah, and nowadays, especially with the Garen getting his rework, not as much of a tank anymore, because you can still build him tanky, but a lot of people are definitely kind of prioritizing this more attack speed. Some people even build crit Garen as well. So it's definitely, it depends on what they're looking for here. If MWT wants to go for just a full tank Garen in the top lane, then maybe that's good. Then maybe that's good for them, and that's what they need. But they could also look to go for a more damage dealing Garen, and then we could just see a game with no tanks here. Everyone's just going to be running in. These fights are not going to last very long because people are just going to get blown up, and we could definitely see a very, very high kill game if this one goes the distance.
Yeah, and that's going to be a slight particular problem for AO2 because the Caitlyn is not a quick team fight AD carry, right? She is a much longer sustained team fight to get out the damage, the DPS. Ezreal's a lot better at those quick skirmishes. Now Caitlyn's a little better at sieging, and maybe can control this bot lane a lot easier. But the mobility between Fizz, Ezreal, Pantheon, Garen can run with the speed up coming from the Karma. Once again, MWT playing to that condition of their normal team comps, being the skirmish team being the mobility team, being the team that wants to like run around the map and do crazy things, versus AO2's style where they wanted to be the groups as 4s and 5s to fight and do the team fights. That way, they're opting into the skirmish team fight. Let's see how well they can execute it in the game.
Yeah, for sure. And we do look here, as we are moving into this draft phase. Hopefully, we have an issue-free draft this time. No resets here. We're going to see where these champions are going, who they're landing against, who's playing them. If you're on the side of MWT, definitely going to be an interesting game 3. I think that these teams have definitely had enough time to feel each other out now, to know where the strengths are, where the weaknesses are. It's really just up for Amber 02 to learn from their mistakes in the first 2 games, come out, have a very solid performance in this game, and hopefully force a game 4.
Definitely see where we see as we see the
Yeah, some very interesting stuff so far in the tournament draft. I know you guys can't see it on stream. We're going to try to keep you updated here. Currently, it looks like we could be seeing a Karma top with an Ezreal. Could be. I guess he could be playing AD carry as well if they were going to shift some things around. Ezreal AD carry.
I think they're going to be shifting around. I think this is something that MWT, they're particularly known for, that you rarely get to see the same player play the same champion, or not the same champion. They each have their own champions that they play, and they play them in whatever role they need to play them in, right? So Zayari is playing Ahri, but we've seen him take Ahri to mid lane and to bot lane as the carry, right? We've seen Tim Yim take champions both top and jungle. Bob has played support as well. Hypeness has played in the jungle. Like they move their players around to match the team comp that they need to play.
Right, but one thing here to note is that if Zayari is playing this Ezreal, that is going to be a unique pick for him. He has not played Ezreal yet this season, unless he played it in the semifinals. I do not have those team comps written down, but he definitely didn't play it in the regular season. So it's going to be interesting to see where these champions go here. Yeah, we could see a lot of different things. Actually, it looks like it may be more standard from MWT than we thought. Looks like it could be a Garen top with a Pantheon in the jungle, Fizz in the mid lane, and then Ezreal Karma bot lane. So that's actually pretty standard compared to some of the things that they usually pull out. But we're going to have to wait until we get onto the Rift to see, as we are about to load up into this Game 3 between MWT, Amber 02. MWT are up 2-0 if you've just joined us. They are up 2-0. They are playing in this possible final game of their season. So we're going to have to see here. You guys see the comps. You guys see the draft. You guys know what happened in the first 2 games. What do you guys think? I know I ask this every time, but are Amber 02 going to spoil the party and force us into a game 4? Or are MWT going to sweep it, run the table, win as your number 1 seeds, and take over the Season 1 Demacian championship? What do you guys think? Hashtag MWT win, hashtag AO2 win. And what about you, Emma? What do you think is going to happen in this one?
I think actually MWT is going to 3-0 it at this point. They've actually kind of established this skirmish fight style. We'll actually get to see the Fizz that has been banned basically permanently against them so far, the series coming out. And I think their team comp just fits a little bit better than the AO2. AO2 is going for the Fiora for the split push, and the Xin Zhao to try and get the early ganks off compared to the Pantheon. And I don't think they're going to be just quite as successful. They're opting in to play into MWT style. We haven't really seen anyone do that and succeed regularly, right? They had 1 loss in the regular season, and the team that beat them in the regular season took them to 3 games in the best of 3 in the semifinals. And it's not because they played the same style, it's because they were able to beat them playing their own game here, right? So if AO2 can adapt and go off, I mean, the same thing. They had an early lead last game, top and bot, able to take towers, get kills, get dragons, but then they just that 20-ish minute mark, there's the dip, right? And that was kind of due to the scaling last time. and how they move around the map. MWT has shown a much better vision control coming out on where they place their wards and how they place it. AO2 has been defensive with their vision versus MWT's aggressive, placing their vision on one jungle side of the map and then playing to their vision side. And then lane assignments. AO2 has kind of struggled a little bit to place their laners in the correct lanes, while MWT has done a better job of getting their carries to CS when they needed. But they also played a way where everyone is a carry on their team because of how much damage they've been pumping out. So I'm really excited to see how this one goes into it, as they've almost swapped team composition styles for this third game.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing I do want to mention here, the past 2 games, the first 2 games of the series, we saw very passive level 1s for both of these teams. I'm going to go out on a limb here. You can call me crazy, but with a Blitzcrank locked in for AO2, down 0-2 in the series, I think we're going to see a very, very proactive level 1 from them, trying to get a hook, possibly get a pick early. They're fighting for their lives here in this series, and I think they're going to try to do it level 1. But we'll have to see.
That's true. The Blitzcrank coming in, and that's where you have the opportunity with these skirmish team fight comps, is when you have someone like a Blitzcrank, you always have an opportunity to make the outplay. And with Katarina, you just need, just like Jinx in the previous games, you need one reset to get another reset, and then all of a sudden you've started that snowball down the hill, and we are going into game number 3. Let's get pumped, chat.
Yeah, guys, this is it. This could possibly be the final game in Demacia for Season 1. This could possibly be the final game of this series between 2 great teams that had to fight their way through a bunch of other teams to get here. Who's it going to be? MWT, AO2. Who's going to be the Demacian champions? We could very well find out after this game. Amber 02 is going to make sure that they live to fight at least one more.
Champions around, so make sure you click the icons and you can drag them around and put them in the proper spots here. So,
oh yeah, of course.
Okay, I'm at 15 seconds, 16, 17, 18. Am I ahead of you?
I'm at what, 24, 5,
Super.
6.
We're half a second off. We're
Oh,
close
lit.
enough here. So
That works.
We were expecting a Blitzcrank invade, and they're not doing it.
No, doesn't look like we're gonna get that one.
Risk
Looks
it
like
for
they're
the
gonna.
biscuit.
Yeah, I would think that they would probably go for something there. If you guys actually see on your screen now, there is that duck there that only spawns, I believe, in about 10% of matches. So actually, very interesting to see that duck there in the middle of the river. A fun fact for you guys. I don't know what the actual stats on that duck are, but maybe that's an omen. Maybe that could mean we're seeing something a little bit different than we've seen in this series. Maybe this could be the prediction of an Amber 02 win. Who knows? But yeah, again, a pretty passive game, level 1 here. Couple skill shots fired out, trying to see if they can find Twine, but they are not. One thing interesting that we do see here, the Fizz does go Corrupting Potion in the mid lane. Katarina, though, goes that Doran Shield.
Ezreal went with Ruby Crystal. Or not, Sapphire Crystal. I mean, going straight for the tier early, I mean, you have Teleport, but that's really greedy, right? In lane, to not even go, like, a Doran's item. I know you have Klepto, but that's really greedy.
Yeah, we'll see if the Caitlyn Blitzcrank can punish him here for that. It does have that Sapphire Crystal, the refillable, and I believe that's a proc of his passive already. A proc of his Klepto already.
He threw a Q. Hey, Pantheon's doing another level 2 gank in mid lane. It's only the 3rd game in a row he's done this.
Yeah, it does hit the stun though. Actually forces the flash out, so it did actually work this game for the Pantheon. You would think that Amber 02 may have seen that happen twice in a row and maybe expect that, try to play around that. But actually, no, the flash out.
Counter it. That's why you pick an early AD jungler.
Yes, but we didn't see that this time. We actually saw the Katarina have to flash out there. So a bit of a mistake there and actually Payda's gonna run right up top and try to get a gank here. That Fiora is gonna take a lot of damage. Another flash for absolutely nothing. The Pantheon Spear almost taking her life. But she is going to be able to get out of that one as well. It does have the back, though. Does not have teleport. Opted for the Ignite in the top lane. And actually has got to stay to catch this wave. So we'll see if anything else happens up there. Fizz gonna jump onto the Katarina, who is immobile there. Katarina kind of standing still, and the Karma does get hit by a trap there as well. Actually, a lot of early action on the map here, but nothing to show for it other than these early flashes out of Amber 02.
And the junglers and top laners are just going to hang out here. Zin,
Yeah, the
don't
top.
leave. Don't leave, Zin. You're.
Yeah, oh, and another silence on that Fiora is in a row. Oh, but the Blitzcrank hook pulls in the Karma, flashes over the trap, and actually the Fiora with the great parry there, saving her life. Red buff is not going to be enough. The Xin Zhao going to come in to kind of pick up this XP, but wow, what a great parry there from the Fiora to save her life. The Pantheon actually did flash for that one as well. So kind of able to stay in lane, gather some XP so you don't fall too far behind. You are down 10 CS, which is quite a substantial amount here at 3.5 minutes in, but you were able to trade your flash for the jungler's flash as well, so not terrible if you're in Amber 02's shoes right now.
Yeah, it's just the problem. The Fiora is the one where you wanted to get ahead, right? That 25-9 CS is absolutely brutal, especially because it's going to be experience coming back if he wants to teleport back to lane and really start to punish in this matchup going forwards. I mean, your Xin Zhao, so as I was told when I switched over to jungle this season, and Xin Zhao is one of the champions I started to pick up, is when is Xin Zhao the most powerful in the game? Level 2 with red buff. Well, Xin Zhao is now level 4 and basically just took a bunch of lane CS after the counter game, right? And so you want to hit your key power spikes as the champions. Pantheon hit a power spike level 2 with red buff as well. It's the CC, right, going in. Goes, ganks a melee in the melee matchup in the mid lane, and so the melee champion has to flash. Just beelines it to the top lane in a melee versus melee champion, burns the flash, forces the back. You know, those types of things. These are the advantages that MWT versus the Xin Zhao is farming it out. But Pantheon with his ultimate, it's going to be a lot more valuable at level 6 than Xin Zhao at level 6 when he gets his ultimate. So play around the best opportunities that you have to get your advantages. And if AO2 wants to opt into this aggressive early play style to try and beat MW2 at their own game, or MWT at their own game, they're gonna have to, you know, pick up the pace here with the Xin Zhao coming into this jungle.
Yeah, but the Zeno does go into the mid lane there. Doesn't get much for it. The Fizz is able to use his Playful Trickster to come out there. One thing I do want to point out, though, in the top lane, not only does the Garen have a big CS lead, he also took Conqueror versus the Presty attack of the Fiora. That means that, yes, the Fiora would win these shorter engages, these, you know, but in these long engages where he can just proc Conqueror with his E here, like right now, oh, actually, I just got proved wrong as I was talking there. Yeah, I got proved wrong there as I was talking. The Fiora actually able to punish the Garen enough with the Ignite to actually force him to come out of lane. Does not have TP to come back. Actually, he's gonna stay and catch this wave here. Actually, they're actually looking for a dive. Yeah.
The problem is Fiora's not pushing this wave up fast enough. They're wasting a ton of time here. Fizz has already pinged out that the missing pings have come down.
Yeah, and the thing is, with his passive, with Garen's Perseverance, he's going to be regenning. That's a half-health Garen who has a silence under tower, who can probably survive this, but we're going to see what happens. They need to be proactive here. They do jump onto the Garen, the silence onto the Xin Zhao, and actually he goes down, flash out by the Xin Zhao, saves his life. I mean, they did waste a lot of time there. They did lose a little bit of CS, but they were able to get that first blood.
You got Fiora back into the game by supporting her with the assist. Hopefully she'll get a tower plate here. You got Katarina out of lane against Fizz, where she was getting kind of, you know, beat down because she didn't have flash, and you got a kill, so she's now accelerated into this game. Isn't at level 6 yet, which should be helpful. And, oh, Ezreal, ooh.
Oh, but the Karma does get pulled in here. Does Ezreal, I mean, Karma immediately pops healer there to save his life. The Karma root is not going to go down because of flash out from the Blitzcrank there. So we do see trading of summoner spells in the bot lane, that Karma heal for the Blitzcrank flash. But yeah, I mean, across the board here, kind of similar stories to that second game. We have a kill in favor of Amber 02. They take this very slight early game lead. But where they have that kill, they're actually...
Tim Yim not paying attention. He's buying in the shop and he dead. Sorry.
Yeah. No, you're good. And
I think
Zyari has...
DC. And so
Yeah,
he was probably trying to pause it and just at the wrong spot. That sucks.
Oh yeah, Tim Yim there was the one that paused it, but the not able to type /pause fast enough is gonna get sent the fast way back to the fountain. But yeah, Zayari there did disconnect. They did hit the pause there. Um, but yeah, so we'll actually see how long this pause actually lasts for here. Hopefully Zayari can get back into this game. Katarina, I mean, it's not poor sportsmanship because technically you didn't know. And also, I mean, that's also just kind of a bad play there on the Pantheon's part. But yeah, I mean, state of the game right now, 2 kills in favor for Ambro 2 looks very and eerily similar to the last game. But we'll have to see, can Ambro 2 maintain this lead, or is it going to come down to another mid-game skirmish?
Yeah, we will see. So, sorry, I was switching over the camera view. I know that the spectator's on a 3-minute delay, but we're trying to just swap it over just in case, just for, you know, secure. I don't want to say security because I don't think any of these players would do that, but you know, we're not going to let them risk the opportunity to be tempted by trying to check out and see where the vision is, even though they just know that Katarina got the kill. So let's take a check at the moment here. We're 7.5 minutes in. There is 1 tower plate gone in top, 1 tower for AO2. They've got 1, and mid lane MWT has got 1, and bot lane is about 2 auto attacks from Caitlyn from getting her first tower plate there. So it's really just kind of the kills going over. The 2-0 is the 400 gold lead coming out for AO2 right now. The vision coming out, some pink wards on the side of MWT in the bottom half of the, or I guess 1 on Dragon. I mean, I can't remember. I mean, we flipped over and now here I am talking about the vision.
Yeah. No, you're good. But yeah, I mean, looking at that, and the thing is, you look where these 2 kills are at, and they're on the Katarina. They're on that champion that can snowball very easily. But the Fizz was able to kind of punish the roaming from the Katarina. Did take a tower plate in the mid lane, so the gold lead is only about 200 gold there in that mid lane. But it looks like Ezreal, I believe, has reconnected here. So we'll see if this game does get restarted. If it does, we'll bring it right back to you guys. And yeah, it looks like we're actually going to be getting restarted here. 7.5 minutes in, 2 kills to 0 in favor of Ambro 2. Can they maintain the lead? Can they take this series to a game 4?
I think the way it's going, it's looking like if Katarina keeps the snowballing, it will be in their favor. Now, we finally don't have a Mountain Drake, Bonani. I'm really excited about that. But it's
also, if you look at the game here, it says play will resume in 1700 seconds. That's a bug.
Great.
And everyone in chat is currently just confused about what the heck is going on. Are we gonna have to wait out 1700 seconds for this game to restart?
I mean, that's not that bad, right? I mean,
hold on. Oh, wait, never mind. Whoa.
Okay.
And we're back in the game, everybody. A little bit of a bug there here in our Demacian finals, game 3. But that's not going to stop these teams. They're all dialed in. They're not worried about any bugs. They're not worried about anything out of this game. They're only worried about this game right now and taking this one for their team. So we are going to hop back in here. Well, looking at the bot lane here, which has been actually going in Ambro 2's favor here. Animal on his signature champion, the Caitlyn, has been pressuring this Ezreal Karm out of lane. So a couple of good Blitzcrank hooks have gotten a lot of damage down, traded some summoners out. We'll definitely see what happens as we hit these level 6 power spikes, and Ezreal is actually the first one to get there.
Interesting that coming right out of the pause, I mean, they killed the Pantheon going into it, that we just didn't have Xin Zhao just run straight at the dragon, right? Get that done. Instead, he's going to try and go for a gank in the mid lane. And ganking a Fizz is terrible. He's got the troll pull, doing his Vladimir with the troll pool, Fizz with the troll pull. I hate him. I hate him so much. The untargetable abilities is just so annoying. And I'm jealous because I'm terrible with them. But excellent job in that case to skip that gank.
Yeah, and it actually looks like we could be seeing another dive come in here for the bot lane, but no, actually the Katarina is going to try to... actually, the Katarina is in a bit of a rough spot here, and actually just walks away there. But yeah, we actually have a lot of members of each team moving down towards this bot side. The Fiora actually is even running across the mid lane. We could see a possible 5v4 here, but the Fiora is actually going to get collapsed on here. Oh, does pop the ultimate onto the Fizz there. Not enough damage. The Fizz actually is going to back it. Fiora does have to flash out as well. Pantheon jumps in, but Pantheon's actually going to go down from behind his shield. Bad. I mean, the Fiora was very low. It was definitely a kill that you wanted, but it wasn't very smart to chase for it. The red team here is going to start up that dragon. First dragon of the map, the Cloud Drake, is going to go over to Amber 02.
Fiora's gonna love that it's a Cloud Drake, so she can try and get back to lane and maybe miss like 1 or 2 less minions to the Garen, who's pushing it in hardcore up here in the top lane, getting that CS lead, getting those tower plays, and trying to take the advantage of that going forward. The Pantheon is just not, you know, being in the right spot at the right time. He's just like a couple of steps late. Kind of for these ganks is kind of where he's dropped twice here, and oh no.
Oh no, the Karma here does not have, does use flash there, but a little too late. She's gonna go down. We do have the Chum of the Water is gonna come out. The Katarina does have to flash away as well. Another skirmish here in the top lane. Will the Fiora follow this one up? Garen has procced all of his Conqueror, does have his ultimate. I don't know if this is smart for the Fiora here, but is gonna chase this one, actually just push him out of lane there. We can see if maybe they could grab some plates here, or maybe they could even go for a dive on this Ezreal.
Yeah, Blitzcrank has burnt everything to try and when they got on the Karma. I think you just try and take the plates here because you're trading plates up in the mid lane onto this Fizz. And Katarina, with the having the 3 kills, is really supplementing her gold here because the fact that she's not getting any CS because the amount of time that she's spent out of lane as Fizz looks to maybe gank the bot lane. He's just
Yep, there's gonna run away there. Yeah, like you were saying, the Katarina is down 30 CS, but is still the richest person in this game right now. Was able to supplement that missed CS with 3 kills, and I believe that was 1 in the top lane and 2 in the bot lane. And she's actually gonna go try to fight this Fizz here. Fizz does not have his ultimate. Katarina had her ultimate and Ignite. Surprised she didn't try to fight that one.
Pantheon joins the mid wave.
Yeah, and actually the whiff of the ultimate there. The Fiora needs to be careful. The Garen is TPing in here. He's on the wrong side of the fight, but it's a 3v2. And they're going to have to run for their lives. Fiora actually is going to be able to probably get out here. There's the stun. There's the ultimate. Fiora is going to go down, but the Fizz is going to get traded out. This Katarina is pretty massive right now, but can jump out herself. So at the end of the day, it is a 1-for-1, but probably the most important thing, that's another kill on that Katarina.
Yeah, this is much better. I mean, Fiora going down is not great. The Pantheon picking that one up is pretty good. Has Xin been down here the whole time in a 3v2 while we've been watching mid lane? Because it looked like it, right? Because it's still down here. Oh, Ezreal stomps the Katarina back. And
yeah, that's a bit of unintentional BM there for the Ezreal, or it's actually just a smart play. The Zinzao here is posturing a bit in the mid lane, doesn't realize that that Karma is there as well. Karma making her way into the mid lane here. The Katarina's gonna have to run. Pantheon does not have flash, can't go for the flash stun, but he does have the speed boost. Garen, come down! What are you doing? They're pinging him, they're asking for assistance, this is solo queue! And actually the Katarina could get out here, but no, too fast, the speed boost.
Oh, Zhonya's!
But yeah, not enough there. But the Karma gets the kill. That is not the champ that you wanted on, and the Zinzao here is going to try to 1v1 the Fizz. Does have Chum the Waters, but here comes Ezreal. The ultimate didn't knock the Fizz away, and he's going to actually flash onto the Zinzao for the kill. Blitzcrank here going to pull the Karma, give her a bit of a smack with the right hook, and send her on her way. Amber 02, this is not what you want. You had a lead. You got greedy by overstaying in the mid lane, committing the Zinzao, thinking he's stronger than he is. But yeah, if you guys want to maintain this advantage, you need to pick fights that are good for you, and those two were not fights for you.
No, and Ezreal's pushing mid lane, taking tower prides there. AO2 playing into MW's chaotic fight style here, and it was good getting off the kills early on, but the overstay meant that's not going to be the end.
Oh, and the Fizz stops the back! Chum the Waters comes out. That's going to be a dead AD carry.
Yeah.
And down goes the Caitlyn there. Oh, about a 0.25 seconds away from finishing her back there. The Fizz picks up another kill. This Katarina is definitely going to, kind of like how the Darius was in game 1, had to kind of carry them through the mid game. This Katarina is going to be that champion for them now. The good news though, whereas the Darius was building tank, that Katarina is building damage, will be able to do some decent damage here as this game progresses into the mid game, and Katarina still is the richest person in the game so far. So definitely going to have to see some damage put out from the Katarina in this mid game, carry them to the late game. But in the late game, I'm not sure if they outscale or not.
Yeah, so, I mean, as we're getting into the next, the next objective, right, is the dragon that spawns here in 15 cents to see what they want to do. And Garrett does not have teleport, but he's just straight.
Oh, what a party there. Hits him with the thumbs up. Great job by the Fiora there to kind of bait out the ultimate and the flash by the Garen. Great job for the Fiora. Is going to have to go back and get some damage and actually get the health proc as well. So yeah, next they're going to send the Garen probably back to base here, unless they're going to try to stay up there. Fiora still has their ultimate. I don't know if the Garen should stay up there and fight this. But looking across the map, looking at these CS numbers, the Garen's still up ahead in that top lane. Xin Zhao with a slight lead in the jungle. Is able to maintain a lead in the mid lane. But the bot lane actually is pretty much dead even. The difference is the Blitzcrank with that Relic Shield has put a lot more gold onto the Caitlyn.
Yeah, the Karma's gone for the Relic Shield, or not even the Relic Shield, the straight for the Athene's on Holy Grail. Interesting first item. I know the mana is going to be particularly helpful to build that one back up and the cooldown reduction, but the MR is not necessarily needed. You can also go with a lot of different particular items to help with that mana regen early on. It looks like there's going to be a Dragon, possible for Rift Herald Drake. It's another Air Drake to give the mobility here over for Amber 02.
Yeah, I mean, they do have vision on this one, but they don't have enough. They can't react in time, and now they're finally picking the Rift Herald. I would definitely like to see them go for that a little bit earlier, but actually the red team's going to look towards just backing off and farming versus actually trying to contest this Rift Herald now. So the trading objectives there, second Cloud Drake for that Rift Herald. It's really going to come down to, can MW2 use this Rift Herald effectively, use it to get plates are down now, so looking to get a turret, maybe even force. I
think Caitlyn can get this. If Caitlyn and Blitzcrank can take this tower, Blitzcrank just ult the wave. Just ult.
We do.
Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Oh, they're not gonna do it. They're gonna trade top for, don't summon it. It's yeah, I guess. Okay, so trying to use the Rift Herald to the most optimal advantage. Getting a charge to get tower is always a positive, but.
I would have definitely liked to see them use that in the mid lane, though, kind of open the map up a bit more. That tower was already gone. Here comes the True Shot Barrage. He's going to actually find no one. There's actually enough members up here for a 3v3 if the teams want to go for it here, but the Rift Herald looks like it's going to get another charge on this tower.
But Karma in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're getting some more damage.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that there. Are you seeing Ezreal's abilities? Like, the True Shot Barrage is coming across my screen. I see it on the mini-map, but it is not showing up at all.
I mean, when he's used it, I've seen it. Yeah.
Okay. So I tried to watch it going across the map. Like, my map was actually, the screen was actually on it. It just didn't show it. So we now have a spectator bug on Ezreal's abilities, at least on my end. Sorry about that. On the other side. So hopefully.
Actually, the more you're saying it, I need to watch next time he gets to lane and starts using his abilities, because that could possibly, I may possibly have the same thing. Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, I may actually do. But we'll see when the Ezreal does get back to lane here. We do see the Fiora here taking towers in the top lane. Will the Garen be able to get here in time to defend this? I think he will. Here he is going to use his Q here as he runs into the lane. Actually, no.
This is something we noticed from the first couple of games, is that MWT is a lot better at overall map movements and lane assignments. They get their carries gold going forwards, but also, get them into the proper position. You're under tower, why? Oh,
Wait,
I
actually
lived.
Yeah, picks up the kill there. And quick update, yeah, Ezreal's abilities are definitely bugged. Can't see a single ability come out of that man. But we are, like I said, the Fiora actually picking up a solo kill on the Garen there. The healing under tower was up to keep her alive. And the Karma gets pulled in, flashes towards the red side jungle. She's going to pop heal as well. I don't know if that's worth it. I don't know if she's going to be able to stay alive here. Probably going to look for the execute But we'll definitely see what happens. We'll keep you posted on that one. As the Xin Zhao running in 2v1 in the mid lane has to flash away, and the Karma gets caught.
Yeah,
And
the towers are going to be the key here, and Fiora's actually be able to trade a tower now. So the skirmish style is, once again, MWC style, but they were able to get the towers here and to keep out their mid tower, right? And that's something that they've been able to do repeatedly and consistently, even though they're down kills and down gold. The mid lane is the objective, and sometimes it's so hard if you can't consistently, or at least break that tower, because then you're trying to push in on the sides, and we saw that AO2 not the most successful at optimizing their split push and their lane assignments when coordinating the pushes together. So
yeah, it's definitely. Oh, actually, we're gonna see some action here in the mid lane. The Fizz is gonna get stunned, pulled in. Little bit of but the Fizz is actually gonna go down here. Blitzcrank picks up that kill, and the Garen running for his life now. He's gonna get knocked up there. I think he should be able to get away here. Not enough damage, but the Blitzcrank's gonna go down for sure. Ultimate onto the Blitzcrank. Xin Zhao running away too. But now the Fiora's joining the fight. Ezreal on the side doing some damage. The Root gonna come up from the Karma. The Fiora dashes away, and at the end of the day, it's a 2-for-1. Actually, in favor of Amber 02.
I would say that Ezreal did an excellent job that fight, because I saw Caitlyn's health being chunked out, but no action. I didn't see what chunked her out, so I'm guessing it was Ezreal.
Yeah, I'm guessing that was him. And Caitlyn just dying on the back line with no abilities. Oh, great electrocute proc there for the Katarina. If the Ezreal sets up too close. What? Oh, all right, and that's a kill for the Katarina. A bit robotic with those movements there to do that, but perfect. You get a pick right before the Infernal Drake comes up. You can push your advantage, get this Infernal Drake, and use it to snowball yourself into the late game.
Yeah, and the mobility, and we talked about this, the vision control now is really optimal for AO2 as well. They've actually been in a position,
yeah, the Karma there looking to just get executed, but the ace in the hole comes out. And the Blitzcrank misses the hook.
The one push without a ward in it from AO2.
Yeah, and the Fiora is going to pop the ultimate onto the Pantheon here. He's going to try to run away, but the Fiora is just so mobile, moving around, proccing. Oh, he's dead. Down goes the Pantheon. Amber 02, you're doing it. This is how you need to force a game 4. And you just got to push your advantage now. This mid game is where you thought, oh, what a hook by the Blitzcrank. And down goes the Fizz as well. Amber 02, this is what you needed to do last game. This is what you need to do this game. But what happened, we remember the mid-game power spike that they had. The mid-game, the early-game power spike that they had, they let go of in the mid lane. But actually, they're going to go right for a 22-minute Baron here. And I don't think that there's much that MWT can do to contest this one.
Yeah, so, I mean, they're gonna have to do it, right? So this is what Amber 02, they've opted into this playstyle, and they're going for the aggressiveness. They're not the one doing the split pushing. Oh, another hook by the Blitzcrank. Oh, so good.
Oh, and down goes the Ezreal. The Pantheon, they're going to come in, does have Smite available. So does the Xin Zhao. This could be a Smite fight here. The Pantheon just trying to stay alive, but they did focus him down. But the Xin Zhao does secure the Baron. That is Baron onto 3 members of Amber 02. Garen does trade it out for a tower on the bot side of the map. Personally, I would have liked to see the Garen rotate towards that fight. They probably could have picked up every member there and probably gotten Baron themselves had they had their entire team there. But nonetheless, they do trade Baron for a tower in the bot lane. Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. Can Amber 02 use this Baron more effectively than they did in Game 1? Can they use it, and can they snowball their lead with it?
Yeah, Caitlyn's here sitting at 2 items. We particularly want her to get to a 3rd item to be the most productive. But the key here is Fizz hasn't got to either Zhonya's or the Lichbane yet. Pantheon is still sitting on his 1.5 item. Garen's the only one with the actual items besides Ezreal, who hasn't fully upgraded his Manamune yet. So the item power spikes are definitely coming over in favor for AO2. Katarina's got the 2 items. Xin Zhao here is going for like the same build as the
Xin Zhao actually is going to survive there. Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon yet again. Pantheon's going to go in, flash in, get that kill. Fizz is now on the back line, but the Fiora is killing everyone on the front line. Fizz does assassinate the Caitlyn, but the Blitzcrank hook pulls him under tower, and Fiora, I believe, is going to come over here and clean this one up. Fizz, you're probably not getting out of this one, buddy. Playful's Trickster on cooldown. Katarina pushing down the mid lane,
But she doesn't
and
have
that's...
the Baron.
Yeah, Katarina doesn't have it. The Fiora does, though. Is going to push up here and hopefully get there's Baron empowered super minis. But no, she's actually going to split push in the bot side while the team just kind of goes around and just kind of grabs some jungle camps and pushes their advantage elsewhere, grabs some vision control.
Yeah, so the Assassin's doing assassinating things and getting kills. And so they're only able to take the one tower, not push in because there's no AD carry, and the Assassin didn't have the Baron. But this is definitely going in AO2's favor. And this is what we're talking about.
Karma is going to get called out here. Be careful.
The vision.
And oh, down goes Karma.
And that's why vision is so important, because this is what's set up. MWT was setting up the better vision controls in 1 and 2. They were able to do the better picks, the better skirmishes, the team fights, because they saw the opportunities and could capitalize on them. Here, AO2 is the one coming up with the vision, and they're the ones trying to take it for part of the advantage here. And you can't make picks like that when you don't have the vision, or you haven't cleared out the enemy's vision because they see you coming, they're ready for the counter hit.
Yeah, and MWT right now is just not respecting this vision control that Amber 02 currently have in their red side jungle. They have wards in almost every bush in their bot side jungle. The only one that's missing is the bush right next to their gate there. The Fizz actually getting dove here. Is going to get silenced, knocked up, and down he goes. Amber 02 are just running around. If they want a kill, they're going to get a kill. And right now, they're using these Baron minions for a little bit longer to push up, and nope, they're actually going to back here. A lot of gold in their pockets. 2,000 gold on the Fiora, 2,500 gold on the Katarina, 1,000 plus gold on everyone else. They're going to back, grab some items, and come back for this next dragon fight with a lot of items in their favor.
And the Fiora, who was kept down so early, has only died actually once, and she is the only one who's behind in gold, and she's still 3-1-8. So it's not like she hasn't been participating and involved in these team fights and skirmishes. She's been able to pick up the items, whereas everyone else has just sort of been kind of falling by the wayside. The chaos is a double-edged sword sometimes, my friend. And this time, they've nicked themselves a few too many times. We'll see if they can, staunch the bleeding and the damage, and try and wrap their runes, clean them up, clean up this mid game before we get into the late game here, because there are people really far from items that they haven't been in that position before in the last 2 games.
Yeah, I guess Ezreal just shot out a True Shot Barrage, tried to steal that dragon. Didn't see it, but it didn't work. So, moving in here, that's just another objective taken off the board for Amber 02. This is a much different Amber 02 than what we saw in that second game. They are definitely using the lead to their advantage. They're using their pressure on the map to grab vision control. They're using their advantage on the map to pressure these objectives, get these towers, and honestly, what looks to be, to me, winning the game, as the Fiora is going to go for a 1v1 on this Garen here.
Yeah, and this is all the damage. Caitlyn, ace in the hole.
Yeah, you can't flash that ability.
No, you
can't flash that one.
Well, he didn't really know.
Oh, but here we go. 2-on-1 in the bot side here. Can the Karma and the Fizz kill the Katarina here? The Zanya is going to pop. Chum the Waters, not going to land. Oh, that Katarina, but the Karma with the speed ups, with the flash as well, and the heal. They really want this Katarina. That's only a 300 gold shutdown though, and actually she's gone.
Katarina,
she's outie.
Too many abilities. Caitlyn's now going to push in the top lane and absolutely, kind of crush in here and get some tower damage coming through. Probably take another objective. It's interesting that the Garen can't stand in the 1v1 versus the Fiora right now, which is probably their highlight. They're the ones with the teleport, right? They're the ones that should be trying to set up the split push, not the team that's running 3 ignites, right? I mean, those are okay for the 1v1 individual plays, but you can't do cross-map plays with the ignites, so they have to kind of grow up to play this way. But Garrett is your only tank, and he's not even going tanky. He's going this new crit, attack speed, spin the wind, because your blades go faster and faster and faster. He wants to be a helicopter, right? That's what the new blades do with the right changed him.
Yes, that is the new Garen build. We do see he did go Triforce first into the Dead Man's Plate, so did notice he did have to get a little tanky, but that Dead Man's Plate is gonna do near nothing if that Katarina gets on top of you.
Oh no!
So.
I mean, yeah, and it's actually not even really doing that much against the Fiora either. It's an okay armor and an okay health item. And those regress success that you're adding it because it's an offensive power here.
This Garen is on the wrong side of the map, but they're actually all grouped up here. But the parry gonna save the Fiora's life. Down goes the Garen. The healing coming out from the Fiora ultimate. That's actually 4 kills, 4-0. They're running towards the Baron, and then they're gonna start running it up the mid lane.
Yep, excellent job here. Garen just got too far, can't escape that. And with Garen going down and just everyone just trying to protect him, Pantheon is going for more offensive items this late into the game. And the human side, probably not the most optimistic build you can go to. Probably should try to focus on getting some type of tankiness. Ezreal now going for the mixed build between AP and AD, which is a nice build. But once again, I don't know if it's going to get online quick enough here as Fizz versus Fiora. Normally I kind of give that advantage to the Fizz, but he's 4 levels down at this point at 30 minutes. That is rough.
4 levels down, and that's a dead fish. Amber 0-2 surprising everyone and just coming out of the second game to play.
Yeah, they're definitely not throwing in the towel. They want to take home the victory. They need to be able to finish this game up, though. This is their second Baron power play. They're used their first one to really good advantage, taking, I think, 3 towers here. And now they've already taken 2 with this one. The continuation. We still have this stupid spectator bug. Ezreal.
Yeah, it's like the true shot barrage.
Yeah, just. I tell you how much damage he's doing, but he's not doing quite a bit because it's.
Karma is gonna run over the ward. Okay, now she finally decides to clear that one. Yeah, I mean, I know Ambro 2 is doing great here. Probably the majority of chat, unless you are an MWT fan, you probably want to see Amber win so we can get another game here. But if you are the side of MW2, this game, the only way, and this I believe, the only way you can get back into this game is you have to try to get some sort of vision control over your own jungle, which is first thing. You need to get some wards down, clear out the vision. Look for a pick. You need to find a pick on some member, and you can't expend too much to get it either. You can't chase, you can't do anything like that. You need to find a pick. You need to do that, and the thing is, that pick is not going to get you back in this game. You need
multiple picks, like you said. But
yes, multiple picks.
I'm gonna counter this here. The pick is too hard to get. You will have 1 CC. Other than Fizz ult, you have Pantheon stun to jump in, Karma snare, but it takes too long to set up, and you have Garen as your flank teleport, and it's not really an engage tool, right? It's too hard to set up a Garen flank teleport when you're behind, because him coming in when he's full damage crit build, attack speed, spin the win, doesn't do much other than get on the 80 carry. He now has GA. You can try and get on Katarina, but that doesn't particularly helpful very either because she has Sonia's. And now you have, Fiora, who's 4 levels up on this Pantheon, while the enemy team is trying to fight over the Dragon. You don't even have a jungler there.
And the Garen just gets blown up. Absolutely no MR. I mean, in very little armor. Does go the Phantom Dancer to try to maybe get a little bit more health, but right now, 2 members down for MWT. The Fiora, the only one in the base, 1v3ing right now. It hasn't went down yet. Trying to turn this one on the Fizz. Fizz has to pop Zani as the Fiora. It does go down to the burn, but looks like here we go. Amber 2 pushing into the base. I don't know why the Caitlyn's auto-attacking the inhibitor. Just go for the Nexus towers, and Amber 2 going to take this game. At least I think so. Yeah, they're attacking the Nexus. Amber 2 gonna take this game 3, going to take us to a game 4. Wow, and all I gotta say is, MWT, next time you get side selection, maybe you should just play it safe and take that red side.
Yeah, because red side is 3-0 so far in this series. Excellent job by Amber 2, not getting down, being down 2-0, coming back with a strong showing, opting into the quick, early game aggressive play style with a bot laner who can control the bot lane, the skirmishing up top, the jungler who can match gank for gank, even though It's a little bit of a slow ball to get going. It seemed like they kind of had to pull their teeth a little bit to get into this aggressive earlier play style from their normal game 1 and game 2 late game play style and that slow play that they get into. But once they got into it, it seemed they kind of got their juices flowing, right? They got the momentum going, and they realized, you know what? Yeah, we can do this. We can do this. We can keep going, keep going, keep going. And it's that like leading charge of just to keep going that definitely on the mid laner Katarina started going, right? She's like, I don't care if I'm down CS. I'm going to the top lane, I'm getting kills. I'm going to bot lane, I'm getting kills. I'm going to get the jungler, I'm getting kills. And then go, 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 go. And that's been the key to actually all 3 of these victories. Whoever's been the most aggressive team so far has won the game.
Yeah, and what a great game that was. Game 3 going in favor of Ambro 2, forcing that game 4. Don't worry, guys. We will be right back. We are going to take a short intermission before this game, but we have Game 4 coming up. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a good one. Are we in?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, guys. Welcome back to the Casual Esports Amateur League Demacian Finals. We're gearing up right now for Game 4. Reminder to everyone that might have just joined the stream, or you guys that are just still hanging around with us since Game 1. I am Bonini, and I am joined today with our lovely tribunal member, The Ammo.
What's up, man? I have been super enjoying this match so far. It has been getting better and better with each successful game, and I'm excited to see where this thing continues off to.
Yeah, one thing we see coming out of MWT here in the pick bans is that immediate Katarina ban. Not a surprise to anyone here. None of us here at our analyst desk, probably none of you guys here watching the stream at home. But one thing we do say, one thing that has remained consistent throughout this entire series, Pantheon locked in for MWT.
And MWT have ran the Pantheon in the jungle every time, and it has seemed to have gotten almost less and less successful. Game 1, he wasn't really using his ults very often, but was successful at least being at the right place at the right time to set up the ganks, right? Game 2, he was kind of successful in really using the shield to kind of be the tank, that pseudo-tankiness that they needed. But other than that, he wasn't really particularly leading his team to victory. And now, in the Game 3, this is kind of after the first set of ganks, just was completely downhill from the Pantheon. But MWT going back to the Alistar because that one wasn't banned, but definitely picking up the tank support this time instead of going with the Karma.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a good decision for them, and they are going to pair it in the bot lane, or at least we assume in the bot lane, with the Kaisa, which was a very, very strong scaling champion. And the Alistar is definitely going to be able to provide some safety in the laning phase against that Caitlyn Blitzcrank. And it is locked in there. We're going to see what AO2 does respond with here. They can almost assume that Pantheon is going to the jungle, and they do hover and lock in the Mordekaiser. That's probably headed to Orph in the top lane. So we look here at bans coming up. What do you think that each side needs to prioritize here?
AO2 probably wants to get rid of that Fizz, and maybe something else. The Garen I don't think wasn't particularly too exciting. It did okay until you could counter it. Something they don't want to particularly play into in the mid lane is something what I would have chosen to get rid of going into it. And then for MWT, you want to get rid of what was being successful. Get rid of anything that's an early style play, right? They're getting rid of the Veigar, or the mid laner, the Veigar. It's a scale-up champion that had some successful in Game 1, but we found in Games 1, 2, and 3, the team with the stronger, earlier aggression was able to be the team to get the better vision down. It was the team that was making the more proactive plays, either around objectives or in the jungle with the vision, and they were the teams leading the skirmishes, the fights, and getting the victories. The teams that were trying to set up with split pushes did not work, and that's a Jax.
Yeah, that's a Jax. Again, they asked, people were saying, what does Ambro 2 need to do to get to get themselves into a winning position? And everyone in the chat was saying, get their jungler and their mid laner on carries. Well, Jax is a carry. If he can get going in the early game and just scale into the late game, he's going to be very strong heading into this late game. But we do see a Corki hover and a Corki oh, no, I'm the speak too soon guy today. The Orianna instead being picked up there. It would definitely be interesting to see if that goes to the top lane or the mid lane. And with that Victor hover, I'm guessing it's probably going to be going to the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, top lane Victor against melee champions is something that people have brought out multiple times, and that's an Orianna into LeBlanc into Orianna. Another, it's a dual matchup, right? It's a skill matchup. LeBlanc can kill Orianna. If Orianna plays Emax and deals with her ball properly, or LeBlanc can never kill her and get it set up. You just push the waves and control it that way. To control this, we're saying they were ready to the teams here so they can jump into the lobby. Very different. I was expecting something different coming out on the side of MWT. Orianna is usually more of a team fight, mage control mid laner. Victor can be an early split pusher into tanks, and some bruisers. Mordekaiser doesn't have a dash, but does have a pull, so Victor has to be careful in that regards. But it's not super aggressive early, and that's kind of what I wanted to see out of these teams. I wanted to see them just go at it from second 1. And I think we're going to wait here until maybe one item from... I mean, LeBlanc's going to want to go at like level 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Yeah.
10, 11. But
Yeah,
the Jax
yeah, LeBlanc
sometimes...
is just gonna fight you.
Jax can sometimes take a while to scale up if he doesn't get off the proper ganks. The same with Pantheon. Victor needs some items to get going. Same with Mordekaiser. It looks like we're going back to a slower
is the
game.
greatest enemy.
Yeah, and I personally, I think that the slower game definitely favors Ambro too. I think that the first couple of games were very fast paced. There was fights all over the map, very chaotic, which really feeds into MWT's style of play. Whereas now in a slower game, even that game 3, which had a lot of kills early, they were very spaced out and very methodical with how they engaged. Speaking about Ambro too, they chose the fights that were right for them. They were able to pick their fights, and that is what led to them getting ahead in that early game. One thing I do want to point out here, though, is that this series, Game 1, MWT selected the red side, and they won. Game 2, Ambro 2 selected the blue side, but the red side won. Game 3, for whatever reason, MWT selected the blue side and lost. So the red side's 3-0, and AO2 had side selection, and they chose the red side. So they think there's something, and definitely something's happening there with that red side. So we're gonna see, is red side gonna be 4-0, or can we possibly see MW2 close this one out here? It's definitely going to be an interesting game for sure.
Yeah, we can just compare. I mean, if we have all this extra time and how the team comps have been working, we can talk about the individual lanes. But like Victor into Mordekaiser is a kind of a meh lane, right? Also, I hate, so we are not Riot Games. We are not controller of the spectator mode. It is the ammo on the camera. You can blame the cameraman for all of the missed kills and everything. I will take full responsibility. But at the same time, we don't get the cool, like, Death Realm, Shadow Realm, whatever his ult is, right? So was it the other night, I did a Mordekaiser game against in TTU Phoenix versus Tuba in the top lane, which was a great matchup to try and watch, but it was so hard to tell when one person was in the Death Realm and who was in it and how they were fighting and how that was going compared to the other team fights. And that had an Alawi, so you had tentacles in and out of the team fights, so it was really weird. So hopefully I don't mess any more of that up.
Yeah, mentioning the Alawi matchup, Alawi is a very strong matchup into the Mordekaiser. I know that we're not going to see any of that this game, so it may be a moot point to talk about it. But Alawi,
it was more.
Go ahead.
It was more to bring up the fact that casting Mordekaiser ult sucks. In the team fights.
Yeah, and we do see where the laners are going here. We do what looks to be a pretty normal. Okay, I'm gonna wait before I talk about this one because I don't want to give anything away before the game starts. But in case someone's listening in here, let's just say we have something very interesting on the side of one of these teams. So I'll get to that in just 1 second. But yeah, we'll see here. We'll see, can Ambro 2 complete the comeback, force it to a game 5, or are we going to see MWT come out as your Demacian division champion?
No, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm done.
Oh, I was just gonna say, as we get into kind of what failed MWT in the last game is they had to rely 100% on Pantheon ult as their engage, right? In 2 games in a row, it was Pantheon ult. Well, they have an Alistar this time, so that's a lot better engage. And or being the ball delivery system with Orianna, that's also a better engage, right? Like that combo together is a better engage into the other team. But the other team is going back to the 1-3-1 with the bruiser, split pusher, the mage, assassin, side laner, and then Caitlyn in the mid lane with the Blitzcrank and Jax. And Jax can also be flexed into a solo lane if needed as well. But touch on what you wanted to say earlier, because they've locked in now.
Yeah. So Scatter, to answer your question in the chat, I didn't want to give it away because there was still a chance for some counterplay here, but the Victor, who looks like he's going to the top lane, has actually opted not to take teleport, not to take ignite, but actually is going smite Victor top. So me,
I bet he's taking spellbook. We won't see that for 2 minutes, but
I'm not sure if he will or not. To be completely honest, because I know. I mean, okay. People may have their opinions about this, but I'm a big fan of Trick2G, and he's always been a streamer that's has done a lot of Smite top gameplay, whether it be with his signature Udyr, or he's played Smite top Volibear, Garen, all sorts of stuff. I mean, if you play it right, Smite top works. And you can definitely, yes, if you play it right, it works. But again, this is Demacian. We are looking at players that are in, silver, bronze, elo, but that doesn't matter because if you can play Smite top right, you're gonna be able to have a very, very big advantage over your lane opponent, and especially if you're looking for that more split pushing Victor, that's gonna be very strong with Smite.
if anyone here is watching and wants to, learn the intricacies of Smite top, go talk to Tuba. Tuba will run Smite top Shyvana. I've seen him do it multiple times, and he's pretty successful with it. It's definitely a play style that the team has to play around, so I wouldn't just bust it out in a random solo queue game just to try it out. Maybe definitely do it in some norms and or some flex when you have the people on your team and you can work around, coordinate around it. But it's definitely a way to keep the enemy jungler down or the laner down. Maybe Victor goes for blue level 2, takes blue to the top lane to fight the Mordekaiser 1v1. Because Pantheon's just going to go gank mid because we've seen that 3 games in a row. And he's going to go gank top because we've seen that 3 games in a row. And hopefully with the blue and the red, they can take down the Mordekaiser. But we are loading up here into the game, and I'm excited, man. I'm excited for game number 4.
We haven't had any level 1 invades, any level 1 pressure just yet. I don't know. When I'm in my solo queue games, I'm always the one that's pinging away. Don't invade. Let's just be normal. But I really want to see it. I want to see them use this Blitzcrank. I want to see them go in, or at the very least, I want to see them have some sort of counterplay for that Pantheon level 2 gank. He's done it every game. They are on the blue side here. What you do is you have your bot side leash for your Jax on your bot side, so your blue buff, and then instead of going to lane, try to telegraph it, go around the blue buff, sit in that bush right next to mid lane in the bot side river, see if you can catch that Pantheon out. He's literally went there every game.
10, 11,
Oh yeah, you're a
12.
bit ahead of me.
You count out then.
15, 16,
I'm 1
17.
second behind you.
Okay,
Just hit P for 1 second, then unpause.
okay, we're good. 23, 24, 25.
Oh, I'm at 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
30.
Super.
Okay, we're good now.
Okay.
All right.
Spectator problems, but we synced it on up, so Pantheon hasn't bought items yet.
Yep, Pantheon is chilling in the base, which is fine, as long as he's okay. We are not going to see this level 1 invade here. I don't know if the Pantheon is... I don't know what the Pantheon's doing, to be completely honest.
They haven't
paused.
Yeah.
Yeah, they haven't paused yet, so we'll definitely see what's going on here. Line of scrimmage coming out from the red team, kind of just chilling around, their river, and there's the pause. Yeah, they're saying that the Pantheon did not load.
Yeah, I was like, guys, it's a minute in.
Yep, they definitely waited to see if they could possibly get him back into the game here. We're going to see how long this pause remains for. I don't think it's going to be a very long one. And yeah. And wait. And Kazooie has also just said BRB. So this pause may be a bit longer than I thought it would.
Hopefully it's not too long. Sadly, this not being a LAN event, we can't control the servers or the internet connection. Luckily, so far tonight, we've been blessed by the graciousness of good connections, relatively, right? So, I mean, just the one slight disconnect in Game 3. Hopefully it stays consistent and good for the rest of this game.
Yeah, we do see here. Um, uh, it looks like the Pantheon has reconnected. We're just waiting for the OK from the side of um Ambero 2. But you know what? I haven't asked this yet, and I kind of want to ask now before we get right into
Yeah.
this one.
Shoot.
All right, guys. MWT Ambero 2. What are we gonna see? Let's give me a hashtag MWT win, hashtag Ambero 2 win. We go into a game 5, or is this gonna be the end of it? Let's see. I know that Ammo and I are here for the long haul, no matter where this one goes. I personally want to see a game 5. We'll see if we get it, but it's gonna come down to these two teams as we're gonna be loading back onto the Rift here short.
I think that Ambro 2 definitely has the more consistent team comp. Like if you run these team comps like 10 times, take the players out, I think the Ambro 2's team comp wins a majority of the time. But there's the variability of MWT's aggressive style as we're getting back here into the game. Now Victor did not take the keystone to switch the items here, or to switch the
Yeah, he went
He
Klepto
went
instead of
Klepto.
Unsealed.
with
Yep.
Smite. So no teleport. Oh, I guess Mordekaiser has teleport for a second there. I thought he had things. So we'll see how that interaction happens. He's not even starting blue buff with Smite. I'm very disappointed in that. Just start blue buff, show up to lane level 2, and then just crush it, right? Like that's kind of the thing.
Yeah, we're gonna see here if the Pantheon runs middle like he's done every game so far. We don't see the counterplay there out of the red team.
He juked us out. He went to
Yeah.
the Wraiths. I was following him. I kept the
Yeah,
camera right on him.
Everyone, let's just run that back. Pantheon has juked us out and went to the Wraith camp. Everybody, you're a couple seasons behind there, Ammo. He went to the Raptors, not the Wraiths. But
Chickens, whatever.
no, you're fine. But here we go. The Pantheon is going for a more like a more normal clear now. Did go his red buff into the Raptors. I would have liked to see him do a full bot side clear, get that early level 3.
Those are wolves, my friend.
What?
You called them raptors now.
Oh yeah, he went from his red buff to his Raptors.
Okay, whatever. I'm tired. It's been a long day.
All right, we're just gonna call them jungle camps. All right,
Jungle
camps. Yeah, he's
Jungle
doing.
camp number 1.
Oh, and the LeBlanc misses the chains there, but we do have a level 2 gank here by the Jax. He's gonna miss the stun, but the Victor isn't gonna miss his stun. But we do have a passive on that Mordekaiser now, just dealing constant damage to the Victor, who's actually a little bit faster now. Oh, but he's going to run back into that one. But the passive does stop. But the LeBlanc coming in, Pantheon coming in as well. Victor on the wrong side of the Rift. Flash forward by the Jax. Does pick up the Orianna. Chains come out. Victor. Oh, we have a 3v3 here in the River, boys. And and the first blood does go over to the Pantheon. The Victor Prism did come back up and did stun him. And down goes the Mordekaiser too. Tim Yim didn't run mid level 2, but he ran it up the river and picked himself up a double kill.
And the aggression does not pay off for Ambro 2 this time. It pays off for the Victor. The extra mobility, able to escape. Jax, gank top level 2, did not have his leap strike, so he wasn't able to leap with the stun. He had to walk through the area of effect, the zone field, and this is how MWT is going to win, right? They have 2 zone controls. They have the Victor zone control, and they have the Orianna Ball zone control. And with those 2 zones, you can't really walk through either because you'll be snared or ulted by and slowed by the other. And so with those happening, and then just walking through those zones, twice getting stunned, in Jax in particular, on that field, and now Jax is DC'd. So, oof.
Yeah, Jax there just disconnected. It looks like he has reconnected right away, so hopefully we'll see him get back in here. One thing I do just want to kind of point out here about that fight, if you look at summoner spells burned, on the blue side, only the Victor flashed away there, whereas 2 flashes were used by the red side, Ambro 2. So Jax will not have his flash. Mordekaiser will not have his flash in lane. That is a very immobile Mordekaiser in the top lane. Pantheon could definitely look to loop around sometime in the next probably about 4 minutes or so and try to pick up an easy kill.
Mm-hmm. And it just has to be set up, right? Because by the time Pantheon gets the stun off, Victor can lay down the gravity field and prevent, you know, the Mordekaiser from going anywhere. There's easier to lay the CC. Pantheon also has CC down in the bot lane. He can go with to gank the with the Alistar to, you know, get onto the Caitlyn or the Blitzcrank to try and finish off that one. And I think that's kind of what I think they were going to fight over the Scuttle Crab in the bot river, and that's kind of where the Jax and Pantheon ran into each other, and Jax just like he was doing the scuttle and then just like sort of stopped and then just like walked away. So good guy across, trying not to take out the opponent when it's not there. So and some connection issues. So the longer, hopefully this doesn't go too long here, as the first pause was used by MWT for 2 minutes. Now this pause, each team is allowed at 15 minutes, so trying to, you know, work. Hopefully they work together. Hopefully it won't be back. It won't take too long here. So, while we're in a pause, I think we've kind of set the game in a good spot. What are you most excited for, dude? 10th year anniversary, Worlds.
I mean, this is probably, I mean, I know that with all the new games Riot has announced, you know, you have the card game, you have the TFT update, you have the RPG game that's coming, all that stuff. I mean, this is probably a very very unpopular opinion here, but when I first started playing games, I was a console gamer. I know, Boomy, I understand, it's fine. I was a console gamer, and the first esport that I ever got into and actually played myself was Call of Duty, back when it was back on the Xbox 360, eventually moved to Xbox One and then PlayStation, and that's what I played. So I have a soft spot in my heart for FPSs. I don't play like Overwatch, I don't play Rainbow Six Siege or anything like that, but Project A, the one that Riot is coming out with, the one that's like a combination of Overwatch and Rainbow and CS:GO, all like, I haven't played FPSs since I stopped playing COD about 4 or 5 years. Well, no, it's probably about 2 or 3 years ago, and I haven't touched a Call of Duty game since then. But I like Riot Games. I like how they are doing their thing, and I think I may actually have to try out that Project A. I'm definitely looking forward to that one.
Yeah, that one I think was one of the furthest away though. So you have the longest to wait.
Yeah, I know. I'll have to twiddle my thumbs with this one, I guess, with League of Legends.
Yeah, I'm excited. Not for League of Legends on my phone, because I already spend enough time on my phone, you know, than I do now. So anything that goes put onto the mobile, I'll definitely check out for a little bit. They're on pause all of a sudden. And they did this stupid graphics thing again, where the weird timer. They didn't.
Yeah, I'm back in the game. You're back in the game, right?
I'm back in the game now. Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, but the Mordekaiser did hit the pull onto the Victor. Victor, running for his life, does not have flash. The passive, but not ticking the Victor just a tad bit faster. But is gonna have to back here. Does not have teleport. So he's gonna lose a couple minions there. The Mordekaiser already up 10 CS. That's not what you want to see in the top lane. That Victor's going to be really far behind.
Victor's ahead because he got the 2 assists early.
That is true.
Mordekaiser has all other than auto attacks area effect damage, so he'll be able to push the wave and probably want to crash it here so he can back and get a buy off. So we'll see what happens here going in. Good to see kind of everything kind of balance itself back out. I think we're back into the game. Everything's good visually. Hopefully we don't have any more bugs, visual bugs. That Ezreal bug from last game was absolutely miserable to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, I can see Caitlyn's Qs. The only thing that I think may be really tragic is if Blitzcrank hooks. We're going to see if he fires one out here, if we can see the Blitzcrank hook come out.
Yeah. This used to be a banned skin, but after they did Blitzcrank's visual re-update longer was a banned skin. By Riot. This is one of the things I kind of wish, as the tribunal runs the league, it's the only way to get proper banned skin and or items and or champions is when Riot comes out and says it publicly themselves, which they extremely rarely do.
Right.
And so I know it's in our rules that like, hey, these exist, but we don't have any examples at the moment. So kind of bummed there. But dude, another freaking mountain.
Yeah, we're not really seeing any of those very sought after drakes in these early games. I think we've had two mountains, two mountains and a cloud. Yeah, mountain, air, mountain. So it's definitely something that we haven't really had in our series. So those dragons haven't been that high of a priority. However, you know, with MWT already having a 2K gold lead, that's definitely going to be a drake that they're going to look to take off the map pretty early, given that they have that advantage, or at least use it to force a fight down in that bot side of the map. And we'll definitely see how Amber02 responds, whether they give that up, whether they possibly look to fight for that one. But the Jax here are going to go onto the Victor. Let's have the stun, but that's a lot of damage on the Victor ability, and the directed camera is showing us the mid lane now, so I guess that top lane fight didn't amount to anything.
Well, Jax can't follow because no damage. Victor with the Q gets the empowered out attack, gets the extra mobility. He gets just to run it out. Mordekaiser is not chasing that any further. And so the mid laners are poking each other. It's more entertaining than watching Victor run around in the jungle.
Yeah, Victor made a home in the red side jungle for a bit there. He was just gonna come to the mid lane, pushing back. In this mid lane though, very interesting. The LeBlanc keeps trying to put some poke down on the Orianna, but the Orianna, good ball placement, is definitely able to trade that damage back. So we're not seeing much of a difference there, except in CS. There's a big CS difference in the mid lane.
And that's the control that Orianna got after getting those 2 assists, is the fact that LeBlanc had to lost control of the mid lane, right? So she was able to get the CS in control. Orianna's just using her ball just to help. She's spending a lot of time making sure that the ball stays on her a lot when the poke comes in, so she is shielding a lot of that damage. While she's not maxing E, she's optimizing the E's residual passive of giving that extra armor and MR for the poke damage to come on through. And both of them are out of corrupting pots, so you're not getting any more burn damage anymore. You have biscuits. LeBlanc doesn't. This is why the sustain is going really in her favor.
Yeah, no, LeBlanc isn't jumping here. Does miss the chains yet again. Could have been some decent damage there. Maybe even for the flash or the barrier out of the... But at the end of the day, it's not going to amount to anything. Jax right now sitting around this this bot side river, possibly actually pinging a gank middle, but I think he's going to actually back off of this one. Again, the Mountain Drake is up. I would like to see Pantheon maybe clear his top side, work his way towards that bot side, and possibly look to take that dragon. But right now, it looks like he's trying to take a gank in the mid lane.
Orianna pops the shadows. Blitzcrank goes in there, misses the hook onto the minion.
Yeah, the stun onto the LeBlanc there, but she can't walk away. But now the Blitzcrank's in a rough spot. But the Orion's not going to follow up there. So at the end of the day, it's just going to be trading out abilities there, just applying some pressure in the mid lane. But everyone's going to walk away unscathed.
Yeah, they both were trying to set up for the counter games. Orianna's oh, you knew where he's at.
Yeah, that one is just a just unfortunate for the Blitzcrank. That's a hook that you need to hit. I don't know if they could have killed him necessarily, but they definitely would have forced a flash out of him. So that's definitely one that the Blitzcrank wants to have back for sure.
Now Victor's the one farming the Krugs up there in the top. Mordekaiser was trying to get some vision, I think, come over just in case there's a dive here in the mid lane onto the Jax. Pantheon has started up the dragon here. Alistar coming over.
Yeah, the red team knows that they're there, but there's not much they can do to contest this one. Jax making his way over. LeBlanc a little slow to rotate because she did just back. And the bot lane of Amber02 just going to kind of walk around and kind of observe this from afar. But actually, the dragon goes down, and now the Caitlyn's getting pinged away. Definitely get out of there. Definitely not a place for you to be right now.
No, and she's slightly down in the CS to the Kaisa, who has been able to get off and get the tier versus the VF sword. So maybe it was just a timing that's allowed Kaisa to get up the items. Blitzcrank has been less successful this game in laning. The hooks also did spend some time out because Mobility was trying to get a gank in onto mid lane.
Here comes the Jackson to the bot lane. Oh, and the Alistar does pop the ultimate, wants to save Flash for as long as possible. But the Pantheon does ult in here, gonna jump onto the Caitlyn to stun her up. Blitzcrank goes down with the Kaisa ultimate, but Caitlyn is gonna get out here, teleport in by the Mordekaiser to make sure that they don't go any farther. I don't know if he needed that one, does pop the ultimate onto the Pantheon. I don't think he's gonna be able to fight that one. The Alistar is gonna go ahead and actually, oh, that is one of those. That's one of those plays that you see. That's one of those plays that you see on. Oh, and unfortunate for the Mordekaiser there. The stun coming up for the Pantheon just in time. But yeah, the flash there for the ace in the hole. That's one of those plays that you see on one of those iFunzio YouTube videos there. Funny moments that happen. Top fails, yeah, whatever you want to, whoever you watch, Synapse, any of those guys that do those videos. Unfortunate, and Blitzcrank's just gonna let that cannon minion die in the mid lane. I would have used my hook for that one, but
real quick, so while that bottom fight was happening, LeBlanc was actually setting up to try and dive the Victor top lane, but Mordekaiser teleported down to bot to try and save that play down there. Instead of doing cross-map plays, tried to salvage what was happening down in the bot lane, and it was really unsuccessful. I mean, obviously, it's 5-1 in kills here. Caitlyn was able to pick up 1, but now we have Kaisa 2-0-1, Alistar 1-0-3. Victor got to just get some CS in the top lane and stay safe. Pantheon, excellent uses of his ult early this game. His first ult came in with a perfect counter gank. Now 3-0-1. Definitely really much further ahead of the Jax, who's down almost double the CS. Oh, no, Ori.
Yeah, Orianna, you're walking into the wrong part of the river. No vision there. Doesn't even use flash or barrier. Maybe if she used barrier, she could have possibly gotten out. But running away from a LeBlanc is very difficult.
Yeah, Jax that hadn't used Leap Strike and LeBlanc that still had the ability to follow after was probably safe saving those summoner spells.
Yeah, so there you go. I mean, Ambro too. I mean, you know, your early game's been a little rough, but you get that pick there. Maybe get a little bit of confidence there. And the Victor smites away. The Victor smite steals the Scuttle Crab. So smite Victor top, paying off for the blue team here. But yeah, I wanted to point that out too. But you kind of mentioned it in the jungle. Jax is currently losing double CS right now, a 90 CS to 45, but they're actually going to dive this Caitlyn. The ultimate comes out for the Alistar. Kaisa does jump in. Great use of the ultimate there for the Alistar. Takes no damage from that tower, and the Kaisa goes down. But like I was saying, Jax is now down 45 CS about. Has a jungle item, boots. Okay, he just bought it. Jungle item, boots, and a null magic cloak. But this Pantheon finishes items so early and was able to put Tiamat on top of it and still has over 1,000 gold in his pocket right now. Jax is so far behind, he needs to focus on farming, focus on getting some gold, pushing towards these items, because if you get caught where every time you come out of base you run straight in for a gank, you're just going to be down in levels and be down in farm, and you're just not going to be able to have any impact in the late game.
And LeBlanc has given up mid lane control entirely, but with these roams to try and save her side lanes here, right? Help the Mordekaiser up top, which didn't go successful. Got to bot lane, but not in time to actually, protect the Caitlyn. As we're going to see a fight over the Rift Herald, maybe?
Yeah, who got the Rift Herald there? It was the blue team got the Rift Herald. They did have the double smite in there. The Mordekaiser looks like he's probably going to go down here in the Shadow Realm. Unfortunate for him, the Pantheon does pick up the kill there. Jax on the wrong side of that fight. Down goes him to the Orianna, and the LeBlanc running for her life. Yeah, well, the Rift Herald there picked up for the blue team. Was able to use that double smite to their advantage. Can smite for double what the Jax can, especially with him also being down at, I believe he's down, what, 2 levels now at least?
Yeah.
Possibly even 3.
He is down.
He's down 3 levels.
Yeah, this is not looking good. The Jax, these scale mid laner, they just absolutely take the tower there here in the mid lane. As with the Rift Herald on the Pantheon, probably looks to take it down here to the bot lane with the Fire Drake. We got some excitement here, but not in time. Ambrose not in a position to try and collapse on this. LeBlanc trying to get the best poke damage coming out. She's not enough to the point where she's got an item here yet. I know we're here only at 15 minutes, but we're going to start seeing completed items coming out the side for MWT, and we're going to not see completed items coming out inside of Ambro 2, particularly,
Here we go, pull and stun as well, and this Pantheon's actually going to go down here. That's a 650 gold shutdown to the Jax. That's exactly what he needed. Try to get a little bit of gold back for himself, being down double the CS and 2 levels on the Pantheon. Really needed that gold to kind of get back into the game here, but now he really just needs to go and farm, but he's looking for another gank in the bot lane.
Also
but the Kai'Sa does get pulled in, and the Kai'Sa gets stunned as well. That Kai'Sa is going to go down. Another kill onto the Jax. The Alistar is going to pop the ultimate here. I say just let him run away. I don't think you're going to be able to kill him. Blitzcrank, oh, but the flash knockup from the Blitzcrank, and the Jax is going to die to tower, so that is not what you want.
I was going to say, well, you took the
and the Ace Bowl not enough.
Take the Rift Herald off the map. That threat is probably their best opportunity to continue the push and have the Caitlyn get in the bot lane tower, get some damage onto it. But there's fighting, and the analysis is getting kind of tough here, man. Just the constant fighting, and these are team comps that we thought would want to scale a little bit more. It's not like the last game where we just 2 junglers wanted to fight all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Ambro 2's, if I had to point out one possible problem for them, and the Mordekaiser are actually going to pick up a solo kill here onto the Victor. I don't think the ultimate's going to have enough damage to trade this one out, so he's actually going to win this one, but the Rift Herald does get summoned in the bot lane. That bot tower is good as gone, and we're going to see if they continue to push this one even farther. I don't know if they will. It looks like they are going to try to. A lot of wave clear with that Kai'Sa, the Alistar, and the Tiamat on the the Tiamat onto the Pantheon. They're not going to push this any farther. It will get another charge, but it's not going to get any more towers. But yeah, this game, one thing, like if I had to point out one thing that Ambro 2 could have done better in every game this series, they need to play towards their win condition. Their win condition in the first 2 games and this one was you outscale the other team. Well, actually, maybe not this game as much because there's a Kai'Sa, but in those first 2 games, they weren't playing towards their win condition. They were forcing fights early, and that's not what you want with a team that scales. When you had a Kayle Tryndamere in that second game, and I forget the comp that they had in that first game.
The
but
Vigor Jinx, right? So like
yes, the Vigard Jinx.
The scaling in essence what we're talking about. The Jax can do some stuff like level 4-5, but really it's like a peak and then kind of a plateaus and then a peak towards the end, right? Mordekaiser is really good. Once hit 6 and off in the split lanes, you saw that he was going to get trapped by the Victor snare there, the cage, but ults Victor, so gets out of the stun, so no longer into the snare, and then he gets to fight Victor. Victor with no boots at the time, easy to just level 2 boots, just walk Victor, kill him. Pantheon's done an excellent job of countering the ganks and but LeBlanc spent so much time trying to protect her side lanes that she lost full control to the mid lane, to Orianna, and that's where the first tower went down here. The Rift Herald then gets used bot lane. Now Caitlyn can't farm up to a Zeal item, where Kai'Sa already has a Zeal item. And so their scaling has been delayed and is not proper, and then we get into the lane assignments, because now Caitlyn has to farm up. LeBlanc still doesn't have a completed item yet. We're at almost 20 minutes of the game, which is really, really, really not where she needs to be. To properly, get the game going for Ambro 2. So they're behind the 8 ball here, and they have to set up the plays. Looks like they're going to try and do like a split all in the Victor bot lane. They're giving up mid control yet again, and this is something that their team has done multiple times. Give up mid control instead of for side lane pressure, and it's just not working for them. It works. Even in game 3, when they were successful in the game, they won because they got the kills out of the mid lane leaving. They haven't got the kills this time. They haven't got the pressure into the side lanes from the mid, and they're going to get up 2 towers in mid.
Yeah, right now, I mean, that play there, they did try to go all into the Victor, but the thing is, that Victor is an 0-1-4 Victor. That Victor is worth 300 gold, And it's not really not worth that much. The Kai'Sa may follow in the Void Seeker here, but actually no, she's gonna opt for caution. But what they got out of that all-in the bot side, they got a flash out of it, but they lost a tier 2 tower and about a quarter damage onto that tier 3 inhib tower. We do see the red team now going onto the dragon. It is a mountain, so that is one of the, I guess, a better dragon, but that mountain's not going to do anything for you right now, especially when you're losing tier. Yeah, you're losing tier 2 turrets in the top lane, and you have 4 people in the bot lane. Blitzcrank is still walking towards the dragon, finally going to back here. This inhib tower is going to drop before, and Mordekaiser had to back as well. This inhib tower is going to drop before they can even do anything about it. And the LeBlanc and Caitlyn still haven't blocked. The LeBlanc and Caitlyn still haven't backed.
And you can't engage onto them with the Victor and the Orianna because of the zone control that they have. I mean, they literally, for a Mountain Dragon, just gave up an inhibitor in top lane. That's going to be so hard to come back from. Now they're going to have to prioritize the top half of this map. I know Baron's up here, but they're going to have to spend so much time and effort getting this down. And for what? A Mountain Dragon and tier 1 bot lane tower.
And it looks like the blue team is actually just going to run it straight to the Baron. Actually, yeah, they are going to... No wards at all from the red team, but Jax is going to be coming over here. But the thing is, Jax down 2 levels, and they have double smite on the side of the blue team. I don't know if they can really do much here. Stop this one
on it as well.
And the Jax, oh, and that's gone. That is gone, but now they're going to fight. This is how you lose the game. You gave up the objective and went in being behind. It's now a 10k gold deficit. The Mordekaiser running for his life isn't going to get out of this one. I don't even know why the red team is, the blue team is backing here. Go top lane, run it down their throat, and end the game.
Yeah, I mean, this 22 minutes here. I think they can pretty much. I mean, the respawn timers are up fast enough here that I don't think you can just run it down their throat. But you push your 2 bottom halves of the map. They have to fight off super minions. Caitlyn's just now buying a Zeal item, whereas Kai'Sa's almost, you know, to her Infinity Edge and the crit coming out. It's. I mean, the scaling, it's once again, the mid-game points, whoever's controlled the mid-game has won the game, right? In this case, it just a little, I mean, look, Orianna is playing super safe. She's the second item, Banshee's failed, right?
Oh,
so
LeBlanc
can't kill her.
And LeBlanc failed her flash as well, unfortunate. She's going to go down there for free. And right now the Jack's dying to super minions. I hope he doesn't. They end up clearing that one. Does get out.
Pantheon has a black cleaver to a recurve bow.
Yeah, this Jax.
Pickaxe. I mean,
yeah, this Jax right now does not have. I mean, Jax did just finish his Rage Blade, but the thing is, going Rage Blade right now isn't going to do anything because you're going to get blown up so fast. You don't have any way to survive in these fights. Does have a little bit of MR from the Merc Treads, but that's not enough. We do see the blue team now is going to run it into the mid lane, try to get the rest of this inhibitor tower, while the super minions in the top lane are going to just continue doing work.
And this is where we were talking about the variability that that the team comp should have had. We came in and we said Amber 2 has played out multiple times. It has a more successful, easier team comp to work with, but then you have the variability of the players and how they decide to play out the game. And little missteps followed by little missteps led to follow missteps means that you're, instead of being in a position where you can scale properly, means you're half a mile down the road going the wrong direction here, and you got to backtrack that half mile. And in that time, you got to hope that you don't get hit by a car.
LeBlanc there trying to get some loaded poke damage onto the Victor isn't going to be able to do it. We do see now with this Baron buff not wearing off just yet, but a little bit close to wearing off here at about a minute and 50 seconds now. It will be gone. We do see them pushing.
Hook.
The hook onto the Orianna. She's gonna get blown up and survive with Zanya's. But oh yeah, and the barrier and the shield as well. Jack jumps onto the Victor, but he does get taken there, and the Mordekaiser does take the Pantheon to the Shadow Realm. I don't know if you win this one, buddy.
Kai'Sa under tower. On a trap.
And the Kai'Sa goes down, used the Void Seeker under tower, but got caught by a trap. And the Mordekaiser flashes in, gets a kill into the Orianna, but down goes in the process the Pantheon now. And the Alistar is the supports are 1v1ing in the mid lane. This Pantheon has to be careful, I mean.
Alistar just said, screw a team fight, I'm just going to take an inhibitor. And they've lost Nexus Tower as well. the super minions deal so much damage in 25 minutes.
Yeah, very fast inhibitor for the blue team. We're able to push that into the base, and while you're fighting in the bot lane, their super minions don't stop. The super minions keep pushing the top lane. I mean, a little bit of a misstep there, allowing the Kai'Sa to get picked, allowing the Orianna to get hooked there. But at the end of the day, yeah, you maybe get a little bit of gold back in favor of Amber 02. You pick up an inhibitor and an inhibitor tower for it. And at this point in the game, that's perfectly fine to give up.
Okay, so how do we set this up? We set up defense here. You have 1 tower left. You basically have to play the cup game with which inhibitor is up at which time. You desynchronize them. That way, you don't get double super minions powering in onto you and that way you try and keep them up. So in 1 minute and 40 seconds, when Baron comes up, you can leave the base to attempt to push them off of it. Not probably going to happen. You just forfeit whatever item you're going to, and you set up something really super defensive. I know you can't use ZZ Rot anymore as a pushing tool, but you can use it as a delaying tool in a lane. It's not a really super great item to use, but you can try that. If you're Jax, to get something defensive going on, or Mordekaiser even, you just have to play smart, right? You have to get your vision out in your lane, right outside your base. They've done a decent job here with some pinks and some wards coming in to protect their pinks, so Blitzcrank can land a hook. That's what you need to get. You need a hook onto Orianna, a hook onto Kai'Sa, kill that one person, and then try and go to the next person, right? You have to slowly progress into the team fight. You cannot just try and 5v5 it because they have better, stronger items. You are a 1-item LeBlanc versus a 3-item Orianna. You're a 2-item AD carry Caitlyn versus a 3-item Kai'Sa, right? These are not things that you want to do. You have to do, like, you know, numbers, better numbers is your chance here. That's the way it's going to have to work for you to succeed. Hopefully you can sustain long enough. Let's say you last another 10 minutes. You let them have one more Baron. Then you've piled enough gold. Maybe Jax has gotten to a second item. Maybe LeBlanc's gotten to a second or third item to try and fight this off. The longer the game goes, the less the gold difference actually matters. I mean, these are the very specific things they have to do for AO2 to get back in this game, and MWT just has to split up the map and take the inhibitors, then take Baron. I mean, their objectives are pretty easy to set for.
Yeah, this bottom inhibitor is going to go down here for pretty much free. Top inhibitor has respawned, so that may be the next objective, as they are going to move towards that top inhibitor. Blitzcrank needs to try to find a hook here. There's not much you can do. Your base just keeps falling apart. You guys are just letting it get taken. I understand that you can't push out, because if you do, you're just going to lose the game. But the only thing I can see here is push your lanes out. Jax, you got to try to be a hero. You have Flash. You should buy 2 control wards. You should be the only one running over to the Baron pit. But instead, Jax is actually shelling bot, clearing minions, and almost a massive shockwave there. But she's actually going to only hit 1 member. But she blows up the LeBlanc Blitzcrank, and the Baron goes down before they can even try. Orianna playing as a distraction there. The ace in the hole is not going to be enough.
She's a 3-item Orianna versus a 1-item LeBlanc, up almost 100 CS, literally double her gold. Like, that's gonna happen. You land a full combo.
Yeah, and we do see the Baron now. It's now 5v4. Amber 02 trying to have one last-ditch effort to save their Demacian championship hopes here. But we see the Kai'Sa and the Alistar taking the inhibitor in the top side. Orianna, Pantheon, and Victor in a minute are going to be pushing in those super minions on the bot and mid lane. We're going to see here, Caitlyn here is going to get jumped on, and there's nothing she can do. That's a dead Caitlyn. Here we go. The final Nexus Tower is going to fall, and women's Torment are going to be your Season 1 Demacian Division champions, beating Amber 02 3-1. Congratulations to them, and congratulations to everyone on that team for performing and winning this Demacian Division Finals.
Excellent job from both teams. I know Game 3 started out Game 4 here started really rough for AO2. They tried their best to try and stick it out, and it just, the snowball just got too big for them to prevent from collapsing in onto them. Really good job from them. So that was a 3 to one victory here for MWT. Congratulations on the Demacian Season 1 champions coming out here. And usually with the with finals here, we let's get someone from the winning team here. Men's, women's tournament. Usually there's someone in the match.
Yeah, probably I would guess Zayari would probably be the one to talk to. I think he is the captain. So we're gonna move up to the post game interview. We're gonna do an interview with them, and then we're gonna, if they're up for it, we're gonna do an interview with someone from Amber O2 as well. If they're up for it. I mean, you know, it's never a fun time to win a final. So we'll see if anyone from their team is up for it. But we're gonna start here with the side of men's women's tournament. We're gonna move to the post game interview. MWT. I know someone's watching this.
I clicked the wrong room.
That's fine. Go ahead and send someone up, and there we go. Emma, you can go ahead.
Okay, welcome. So we have Zayari here for the MWT, the winners of the Demacian Division Season 1. Congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a pretty long season. We all put in some hard work.
So, congratulations on the win here. Touch base with us here on kind of like what your aspect was coming into the match.
Well, we played them twice in the group stage, and they took us to really close games. Both games that we ended up winning both, but they were really close. So we tried to we watched the replays of those games and like saw what we could try to do better, and our pick bands on that. Yeah.
All right. Well, again, I'll go ahead and give my piece. Congratulations to you. I just want to say that off the bat. One thing I do want to talk about here. So you guys came in to this one always taking red side in your playoffs, and whenever you could, you actually went ahead and let us know in the streamer chat that, hey, you know, one of the things we do is we always take red side. And then game three, you throw everyone a curveball, take the blue side, and that's actually the game that you lost. So my question for you is, you know, why is red side such a good side for you guys, and why did you stray away from it in game 3?
Well, the reason why we traditionally pick red side is because we like to play around our solo lanes, so having the last pick, the counter pick, is pretty beneficial for us. But then in game 3, we realized that they probably will start noticing our Pantheon pick. So, and because their jungler, I think, plays Pantheon as well, so we wanted to take blue side, so that they either have to ban the Pantheon or we can still take it.
Oh yeah, and my next question actually is involving that Pantheon. So, you guys are known for your very people switching around, all that kind of stuff. So, but one thing that stayed the same throughout all 4 of the games this series was you had a Pantheon jungle every single game. Was that just getting your jungler on a comfort pick of his, or was that something that you guys usually play around, or what was up with the Pantheon pick there?
Well, since the season's over, I can disclose our strategy however I want. So basically, our strategy going into pretty much any game is taking Ahri, Akali, Pantheon, our like top 3 picks. So, yeah, I guess comfort pick counts.
Sure does. So, what type of strategies, as I think your team in particular, use the flexibility of your players the most this past season? Just sort of touch base on like how you guys went about building your team comps with your flexibility, because some teams tried it with varied success.
Well, so we're actually a group of friends who, we don't know every one of each other in real life, but we've been playing together a year and a bit more now, so we have a lot of synergy and a lot of team compositions that we've already ranked flex. So yeah, they were pretty prepared, I guess.
So basically, time, effort, and practice.
Yeah.
Yeah, my question, I guess, is kind of already answered now, but I was going to ask, you know, season's over. You guys are the champions. You said that a lot of you guys, you guys have been playing for over a year now together. But I was gonna ask, do you guys plan on sticking together through the off season? Are you guys looking forward to next season? Any changes you're gonna make? Anything like that?
Well, I don't really know. I haven't really tried to plan that out yet. The off season we're probably still gonna be together, but since our group of friends is larger than just us five, because well, you saw in a few previous games, we had Aoba as my waifu sub in, and yeah, like he's one of our friends as well. So we might change around depending on, I don't know.
Well, that's been the story of your season, changing around.
Yeah.
People everywhere, all over the place. But Emma, I don't know if you have anything else to say here.
No, just congratulations, and just sort of kind of wrap up. Let us know what's your guys' overall thoughts of you're the champions here of the Demacian is like coming in like from start to finish of the whole entire season, just how everything got put together, and just your thoughts on the league and the division as a whole.
Well, I was here for season 0, and I was in the Ionian division, so I had a bit of experience with this prior. So, like, I kind of knew a bit about the Casual Esports Amateur League, but I think, yeah, it's pretty well organized. Like, I think it's better than any other tournament I've been in so far. As for thoughts for next season, well, I don't know, honestly.
All
right,
it's okay.
Well,
I got one other question for you. So we announced the All Stars going into next season. Did you happen to see them?
Yes, and I want to call rigged.
Rigged?
No, just kidding. But like, I know Twitch chat was calling rigged for a few of those.
No, I didn't know if you guys were paying attention, so I didn't know if I was just letting you know that they were announced prior to your match. I know you guys were preparing, so I was just checking in. So definitely look forward to those type of actions. So we want to thank you, Zayari, for joining us and tonight, and we will see you guys hopefully next season.
All right, thanks for having me.
Yeah. We're gonna bring up someone now from the
second place team,
yes.
Amber02. If anyone from there would like to join us for a post game interview, feel free to join the post game interview channel. But yeah, I mean, great series.
Do I just jump in?
Boom.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Oh, that works.
As Tribunal, I have the power to just
I was like, I didn't
pluck
click
the
it.
individuals I was told to pluck and bring to the game. So this is Animal. Welcome.
Yeah.
Sorry for your loss this evening.
It's all right.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call it a loss. I would say, I mean, yeah, you were on the side, but Amber02 definitely showed a lot of very positive things in this game. Taking that game 3 when everyone thought that it was going to be a 3-0 sweep. And, you yourself playing pretty well in the bot lane, even in those losing games, especially when you got your signature champion there, the Caitlyn.
Yeah.
But really, my first question that I have is just, it didn't turn out for you the way that you guys wanted it to. But, if you look back at the games, I know you probably haven't had time to really talk about it, but, if you could point out, like, what you think went wrong in some of those losses, like, do you have any idea what that could have been and, like, how you guys could have maybe responded a bit better to that?
Yeah, hindsight for sure.
Yeah.
Of course, we haven't, like you said, gone over everything and been able to chat too much, but I think a lot of us feel the most regret about not playing our game for most of the games. So in a way, like game 3, we felt like we were in our zone because we were playing fast, we were communicating, and we were just kind of doing everything as a team. The last game obviously didn't go how we wanted it to, and I think mostly everyone's just kind of hard on themselves because we know what we did wrong. We know the mistakes we made. Everybody does when they do something stupid and they're like, oh, okay, that was good. So I think we definitely do have those kind of regrets, but overall, I'm proud of my boys. Like we did pretty dang well considering we had so many roster changes. There was a lot of kind of rough situations with our team for quite a while, and despite all that, we didn't want to give up. We still wanted to give it our best effort. And while we may not feel like we did our best, like, I'm still proud of everybody for doing everything that they did, to not give up, to keep fighting till the end, and show that, like, we're not going to just roll over and lay down and take a loss. Like, we've got talent on our team. I think if we practiced more together, like more than twice, not lying, then things would have been a lot different. I mean, I didn't catch too much of the previous interview, but I mean, they've been playing together for a year compared to us playing 2 games together in the last, like, I don't know, week or something. So I think that did come into play a lot with them having more synergy in that way, and us still learning how to play together, and um, learning how to trust each other and ourselves, especially with me swapping to a different role. ADC was my main, and then I swapped to support for a long time, and then swapping back to it. Like, it is a bit of a mind game getting back into that AD carry mindset, but I don't know. Of course, it wasn't a win, but we still got second, and I'm not going to be mad about it. So yeah, I guess. Thanks
Yeah,
for.
that's definitely a really great attitude to have. You know, that attitude where, going in, of course you wanted to win, but, kind of just being able to come out, have fun, being able to place second with all of those problems that you were talking about with the roster changes and not really knowing the group of guys and all that stuff. But definitely, looking to kind of build that synergy moving into next season. Definitely things could turn out really great for you guys. Emma, I'll leave it to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so just sort of touch base, your preparation. As you said, that it was kind of rough in actual playing the games. But what was your preparation like? Maybe how did either during the season or improved into the playoffs for you guys to be successful enough to reach the finals?
Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to figure what I can say without, because I don't want to
It's the end of the season.
be dramatic in any way.
Oh, yeah, it's
So
okay.
I think there are a lot of personalities that sometimes clash. Like, everybody knows with a team, you're getting to know new people and you're figuring out how to work with each other. And an issue that we had is some personalities will clash, but some seem to clash with, like, literally everyone. So it got to a point kind of mid-season where most of the people on the team felt like they didn't really have a voice, or that their ideas for things weren't valued, and there was just kind of a lot of contention, which, as anybody knows, is going to lower morale, and low morale is not going to be positive gameplay. So
Hmm.
that was rough, and I don't think anybody on any side really enjoyed how it went down and it turned out. But despite the changes, with us coming back together and kind of trying to redo things, it allowed us to have more open opinions with what metas we thought would work, and, like, what picks and bans we wanted to do, and different strategies we wanted to try. 100% did not prepare as much as we would like to. Like, just to be real, adults not having a lot of free time definitely makes it hard for everybody to get together. But I think after swapping the roles around a little bit and kind of having Monumental come in and fill in that spot definitely helped us out to get outside insight on things, and actually be able to kind of try and plan a little bit more for what we were going to be doing for each game. But men's and women's format, as anybody knows, played against them, make it difficult because, of course, they swap all over the place. So you kind of have to really pick your bands wisely. So that made it a little bit more difficult to kind of prep for. So our idea and our hope was to kind of pick a comp that we felt comfortable with and try and ban out the things that didn't work with that. But, in the heat of the moment, like, we obviously didn't mean to pick that Tryndamere, just unfortunately
No, yeah, it's
came
fortunate.
through, and we rolled with it. And props to Orf for playing what he could on that. Like, I don't think I would have been super stoked to get thrown on an 80 carry or whatever,
Well,
but I wasn't.
they didn't plan the pick Tarek, so
Oh, they didn't?
no.
Oh, that's good to know.
They wanted the Scion. So
Oh. Well, so we each had a fail.
You-
All right. I
Yeah,
guess that
it balances out in the end. For sure.
yes,
Although, doesn't Tarek, like, counter?
no.
Oh, okay. All right. I was gonna say.
Old Tarek, yes. New Tarek, no.
Oh, fair enough. Okay.
So it was just an overall sounded like a little bit rough season for you guys, but sometimes that's what's needed to build up the team and the roster, and to grow and develop is If it was
Yeah,
an easy process the entire time, it probably wouldn't be as fun at the
I
end.
definitely think we've learned a lot as a team, and those of us that continue next series. I mean, I know we've got big plans in mind, and I'm not super worried about it. This was a fun experience, and we definitely have learned a lot about our play styles and each other, and kind of what we want to try and do next season.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to see what everyone can bring in for next season from all the teams in Demacia, not only just men's, women's Torment or Amber 02, but we definitely the other teams. They all had their highlights during the season. At which point you can go check all the VODs out on their YouTube channel. Go watch all of them. If anyone in the chat ever sees any play that you wanted to bring up or highlight, please just go ahead and let any of us know in the tribunal, as we do have a goal here of trying to make kind of an end of playoffs kind of video for everyone here. So let's get that thrown out there. So anything else you want to add for this evening, Animal, before me and Bononi finish her off?
I mean, I don't have any words of sage wisdom right here. Like, once again, just thank my team, because for real, there's a lot of times where a lot of us would have dropped and could have dropped. But I'm glad that we stuck it out and that we went through all this together and that we pulled together. And despite the difficulties we had, made it through 2 finals and didn't just give up. Like, yeah, so good job, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. You can
All right.
jump on out here and we'll finish it off. So that was the Animal from Amber 02 and a 3-1 victory going to men's, women's Torment, the champions of Demacia. We've crowned our first champion for season 1, man.
Yeah, we finally have royalty walking among us here for season 1 in the casual esports amateur league. 1 division down. The lower tier division is done. We still have 3 more finals to go into. I'm gonna try to do this off of my memory. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be right or not, but I believe in the Noxian division we are going to have Bronze 5 Age versus the Star United Esports Club for the for the Noxian division finals.
How did you get that one?
Oh, I'm just trying to remember.
No, how did you? The other semifinals literally played tonight.
Oh wait, for Noxian?
Yeah.
Wait, am I wrong? Oh
Yeah.
wait, I'm probably wrong.
We do unless someone has sneakily told you what happened in that match.
Oh, never mind. I didn't know that they played tonight. I knew that Shuriman played tonight. Shuriman semifinals.
Wait, am I looking at? I'm tired. I've been up since 7
Okay.
a.m. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. I'm tired. Ignore me. Ignore me.
Bronze
I'm only
5
running
age.
things.
And Star United Esports Club, they will play in the Noxian Division finals. Those matches have been played. In the Shuriman Division, however, ABCD Esports, who I happen to have the privilege to be a part of, will be facing either Ravenous Kumquats or the Kamikaze Penguins in the finals. Their match did happen tonight, but like Ammo said, if you guys want to find out who won that match, you guys are going to have to check out the cast of the VODs, which I believe is going to happen tomorrow. I believe. I'm not 100% sure. But you guys got to check that one out. See who's going to be joining ABCD Esports in the Shuriman finals. And then finally, up in the Ionian division, we will have washed up... Wait, okay, hold on. Do you know who won those matches?
Wasted Potential versus Team Tempest.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's going to be Wasted Potential versus Team Tempest. Washed Up Wonders did get defeated by Team Tempest.
Yeah, I was right. The schedule, the Stars United versus Stars United Esports Club versus Enigma semifinals is tomorrow.
Oh, wait, it's tomorrow?
It's Thursday
Okay.
the 24th, which for East Coast people like myself is today.
Okay, you know what? I'm just going to stop saying anything to anyone. If you guys want... Okay, you know what? We're going to leave it like this.
It's
if
only
you
been
guys
4.5 hours on the stream, man.
Yeah, it's only been 4.5 hours. If you guys want to see more SEAL content, if you guys want to